Set up on YouTube. Let's go. Good morning, YouTube. Wonderful Wednesday. Hello, 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 Vanessa. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, phenomenal. How are you? How you doing? I hope all is well with you. Hey, 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 Manda. Welcome, welcome, welcome all. Yes. Happy Wednesday. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. When you reach 10K, you get to come up and have your say over here on TikTok. Come on over YouTube. Come on in where the table is spread. Hey, and the feast of the I am is going on. Come over here is where the table is spread. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, let's feast on the goodness of the I am. Shall we feast on the goodness of the I am, where there's peace, prosperity, love, wisdom, joy, health, wealth, and prosperity or success, however you want to say it. Those are my 7 pillars of the I am for myself, where truth abides and makes me free. Hey, because whoever Christ has freed is free indeed. Has your Christ made you free? Because when the Christ frees you, you are free indeed. But are you operating in your freedom? Oh, that's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I am excellent. I am in an excellent way, I must say. Welcome, welcome, welcome all. Today is a wonderful day. We will have our first group session tonight, 7 p.m. Central Time. If you have not subscribed, do so today. Click that subscription link. It will be a closed platform, members only, where we're only talking manifestation. We're only talking speaking our life into existence. That our word is our bond. And we're going to remember this script right here. That source has richly given you all things to enjoy. You already have everything you need in this life. It's about claiming your inheritance. You're the prodigal son that went wayward, went off into a distant country, spent all that she had, and forgot who she was, and then came to herself and went back. And when you come to yourself, you go back to the Father, you go back to your awareness, you go back to the source of all things, and the source sees you afar off and meets you. Don't wait for you to come, but meets you and gives you everything that you thought you lost. Restores everything back to you. Everything you thought you lost, you get. And it's multiplied. It is multiplied exceedingly. Because now unto source, who is able to do exceeding abundantly above all you could ever ask or think, according to the power that works within you. And we're gonna break bread. We're gonna share. Break bread, which means we're going to share our thoughts. We're going to remember who we are. We're going to implement our word. We're going to speak life over our experiences, and we're going to claim our inheritance. The 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say. And it's just as simple as making a decision. It's so simple. No need to complicate it. Just decide what it is you want and then remain faithful to it. There's nothing else to add. Just decide it and remain faithful to it. I don't care if you're mad. I don't care if you're glad. I don't care if you're sad. I don't care if you're frustrated. I don't care about any of that. Just say it's already done. Just say it's already done. Because your script says, the script says, you can be angry. Just don't sin. Just don't miss your mark. Don't miss So all these people talking about, oh, you got to be happy, you got to be on the high flying this. Nope, 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 nope. Because you can be angry. Fuel that emotional energy to create the reality you want to experience. Use the fire of your emotions to ignite that spark within you. But you don't have to have any feelings attached. You could be neutral. Just say what it is you want and then remain faithful to it. That's it. It's so simple. So simple. It's not complicated at all. It's not complicated at all. Stop listening to these people that want to create, issues for you, want to create problems for you, telling you, well, you know why you don't have it because your nervous system is out of whack. What? How is God's nervous system out of whack? Like what? No, 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 no. But hey, if you think you got to go through hell to get to heaven, that's your story. I'm telling you to rewrite the story, but hey, it's your story. So if you think you got to jump through hoops, rings of fire, walk on hot coals to get to your destination, then hey, I'm trying to show you there's an easy way. There's an easy way that you can ease on down the road. You can no, life ain't simple for you. You keep that energy. You keep that energy. We simplifying life over here. We had the difficulties of life when we didn't know who we were, when we were beaten down, beaten up, told that we had to slave through life, to go through life talking about how unworthy and undeserving we were. We ain't messing with that reality no more. We not writing that story. You could have that story. You go tell that story on the other side. Go to another platform with that limiting mindset. We ain't operating in limitation over here. As Phenomenal Divine Brother would say, we big dog. We big energy over here. We big dogs over here. We big energy. We speaking big energy. We speaking big over here. We not playing small no more. Well, complex and complicated are not the same. Yes, this is a complex universe, but life is meant to be simplified. It's not complicated. Not the same. Good day, grand day. It's an awesome day. Well, what's the opposite of simple? Whatever. Miss me with the wordplay. I ain't got time today. Whatever. Like I said, life is simple. It's easy. It was never meant to be complicated or complex. Now, the divine architect that came up with this beautiful design of humanity, of the universe, yes, you can say that's complex, but the way you live it was meant to be simple, was meant to be simplified. See, I can drive a car, but I don't have to know how it's made in order to operate it. So I don't need to know the machinations of the universe. I just need to know how to live in it. And the living was meant to be simple. Ease, flow, alignment. And to recognize that it's your thoughts about your world that is creating it. And so if you want a hard life, you get to keep it. Just keep talking about it. Keep talking about how life isn't simple, and life will be like, you sure right, it's not simple for you. For you, it will never be simple. For you, it will always be complex. For you, because you keep saying it ain't simple, it will show you just how simple it isn't. Yes, know thyself. Say, how do I pray or meditate? I talk to myself because there is no one to talk to. People ask me why I do what I do. I talk to myself. I become one with that which I am, who I am. And I commune. I have a conversation. I commune with myself. upon my bed and I be still. I focus the mind. I still the mind. I bring it into focus. Hey, Tony, how are you? How have you been? How do you be? Welcome. Double tap the screen. Share if you care. Share if you care and double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say la vie, say la vie. That's just the way it goes. That's life. Hey, what are you saying about your life? Oh, yes, great, amazing. I am amazing. I'm living my best life, as they say. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm living my best life. Hey. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You living your best life, doing the things you enjoy. I'm living it up. Do I do? Hey. What I do. Doom, 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 doom. Grand Rising, Elizabeth. Oh, yes. Isn't it wonderful, Elizabeth? Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it wonderful? So amazing. So amazing. Life is amazing. It'll be whatever you say it is. You have to remember that you were given all things richly to enjoy. So, and you were given this life. It's a gift, it's a present. How are you going to unwrap it? How are you going to experience it? How are you going to treat the gift of life? Because it's eternal. It's a right now, present moment reality. What you doing with it? How are you living it? What are you experiencing? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, magnetism. Yes. Embrace, accept, acknowledge, redefine your life, redesign your life with the new story. What story are you telling? This is my story. What is your story? My story is the mystery of life. Mystery. My story is the same thing. What is your story? What are you saying about life? Oh, thank you. Is that Ajoken? Ajoken? Ojokin? Richly. That means you should be rich in every area of your life, rich in love, rich in peace, rich in joy, rich in wisdom, rich in health, rich in wealth, rich in success. You shall prosper in all that you do. Whatever you put your mind to do, it shall be done. And guess what? You don't even have to do much because it's already done. All you have to do is speak it and then allow it to play out, allow it to unfold. Manifestation at its finest. Manifestation at its finest. Now, Tony, you know I don't be knowing what these scriptures say. I don't be knowing these scripts. I stopped trying to remember where these scripts are found because I don't teach it. So I'm like, I'll just quote it because I only quote the good stuff. We only gonna quote the good stuff. Can we get to the good part? Can we get to the good part? Let's get to the good stuff. Get to the good part. That all is well with my soul. All is well with me. That is my faith that has made me whole. That is always done what unto me is I believe. Whatever I believe to be true will happen for me. And I'm going to remain faithful to that. that your whole life is the manifestation of your heart's desire. Every moment of your life is your thoughts being unveiled, your thoughts being made visible, what you hold to be true, what you're saying, what you're accepting. And hello, YouTube. We are streaming on both TikTok and on YouTube. TikTok, 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say. Drop a comment in on YouTube. You have any questions regarding manifesting. And we will be streaming tonight on both platforms. We will be on TikTok and on YouTube, members only, where we will only talk manifesting. Getting mastering that mind. Focusing those thoughts. We're going to get happy. Come on and get happy. Come on and get happy. Was that come on. What had it go? Was that the Partridge Family? Everyone that you're singing. Come on, get happy. I can't remember the words. I haven't seen that show so long. Joy that we bring in. Come on, get happy. If you're happy and you know it, say I am. I am. If you're happy and you know it, say I am. I am. If you're happy and you know it, then your song will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, say I am. I am. Because I am will be whatever you say it will be. Whatever you declare and decree, so shall it be. Yes. 10K the easy way. Hey, Sandy. Yes. Welcome. Hey, A-Town. Welcome. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. Share the live, tap the screen. Yeah, whatever you say about you. That's why you got to pay attention to what you say about life and what you say about others, because there is no other. Because you're the only thinker in your reality, that makes you the only creator. So whatever you're saying about another, because there is no other, you're really saying about you. See how that goes? Because everyone is a reflection, is a projection of your I am. So whatever you see in others, you're actually seeing you, because you're the only one thinking it. So what? You're the only one creating it. So what do you say about yourself, and what do you say about those around you? Your inner circle, your outer circle, the world at large, because that's the world you're creating. You only live in the world you create. You don't live in nobody else's world but the world that's within you. That's the only world you live in, is the world in which you think of, you manifest. Yes, Subway, that's it. You got to be like Taylor Swift. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me. That's what Taylor Swift told you. Taylor Swift said that I'm the problem. Since you're the problem, you can also be the solution. That's what Taylor Swift told you. It's me. Let me see if I can find that song on YouTube. I don't know, YouTube. I probably can't play it on, because YouTube be copywriting. I can do it on TikTok. I can't do it on YouTube. I ain't gonna do it on. I'm not gonna play that song. I forgot. YouTube straight up be copywriting you. Like, nope, you can't play that. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. Does it? Gospel of Mary does. I haven't read the Gospel of Mary. You know, I found out I just need to read my book. I just need to, I discovered, I just need to get to know me. What am I saying to myself, within myself, as myself? Because that's the only thing I need to do, is know thyself. Not that other books aren't helpful, because they are, but they, in all respect, are just, if you read one gospel, you've read them all, because they're all about you. If you read one book on consciousness, you've read all the books on consciousness, because they're all about you. It's never not about you. Your life is all about you. Yep, Elizabeth. Say, I'm starting with the man in the mirror, and I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. See, if you want to make the world a better place, you have to look in the mirror. You have to look within. You have to start with yourself and make that change. Na 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 na. If you want to make the world a better place, you got to take a look at you. Got to start with you. That's where the change begins. The change don't start out there. You can't be asking everybody else to change while you stay the same and think your world is going to be different. That's not how it works. Everybody can be exactly what you want them to be, and you still gonna find something wrong with them, because it was never them, it was always you. They're not the problem, you are. You're the problem. Yes, truth and chaos. Right. But that's the whole point of enlightenment. We don't talk about the ego no more. We talk about the God state. We talk about the God state. We don't talk about the ego. The ego is of no significance anymore. You are supposed to have died to self. That's the whole point of awakening. It's no longer I that live, that Christ that lives within me, not a God state to be in control. And when the God state is in control, you have to what? Submit yourself. Bringing every vain imagination to what? To the submission of the Godhead, of the God state, the Godhood. See, when you talk about the problem, you just keep creating the problem. Stop talking about the problem and only speak of the solution. I am that I am. And that's all that I am, because I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. Ooh, ooh, I live in. No, I'm going to sing that song. That song was like, wow. It's already dead, but the fact that you're saying it is not makes it not. It is whatever you say it is. It's already dead. It's dead and gone, dead and gone. I've been traveling on this road too long. And all things is dead, is dead and gone, dead and gone. But you keep resurrecting it because you said it needs to die. But if you can just accept that it's already gone, it's already dead and gone, that it's already into the submission of the Christ mind, then it will be. Life will be whatever you say it is. It really is that simple. But if you want to make it a problem, it'll be a problem, but it's not a problem. It's not an issue. You have no problems except the ones you create in your mind. Yes, you've been holding on for too long, but it's all dead and gone. Because you can't tell me you got the Christ mind and you're not a new creature. If any man be in the Christ mind, he's a new creature, a new creation, a new heaven and earth. All things have passed away, and behold, all things, old things have passed away, and behold, all things, some things, most things, many things, no, all things become new. See, it's about perspective. That's what becomes new. How you're perceiving your reality. That's what has changed. Or has it? Has your perspective about life changed? Because that's the only thing that needs to change, is how you're perceiving it. How are you looking at life? What do you see when you look at yourself? Do you see beauty? Do you see love? Do you see grace? Do you see health, wealth, prosperity, wisdom? joy, compassion, generosity. Is that what you see when you look in the mirror? Or you see, oh no, you ain't all the way there yet. You ain't right. You got some healing you got to do. Also, you operate from a limitation. You think it's something to fix. Okay, then life gonna keep giving you something to fix. But I'm telling you already whole, because you are already given all things pertaining to life and godliness. But because you're the creator of your reality, you get to live less than. You get to have that reality. But it is only that way because you say it is. That's the only reason it's that way. Hey, Sheila. See, we're going to speak life. We're going to talk that talk because we're going to walk that walk, because your words are your life. These words I speak, they are spirit and they are life. You give life to your situation based on your word. It's your word. And so if you want to continue experiencing difficulty, keep talking about difficulty. But if you want to start to experience ease and flow and joy, then speak that. As a man thinks in his heart, in her heart, as a mind thinks, so is he, so is she. Hey, Belinda. So it's what you think about you, that's who you will be. I don't talk about no ego. Ain't no ego in my world. There's only God. There's only the I am. There's nothing wrong with the ego, the carnal mind, the flesh. It's there to experience your word. Your five senses are here to experience the third dimensional plane. So you know what a cookie tastes like versus a lemon. So you know what a rose looks like versus a lily. So you can see all the colors of the rainbow. Eat them Skittles. Go to those 31 flavors and enjoy life. Enjoy life. Hey, Miss Millionaire. Why you think you got 31 flavors if you weren't meant to experience 31 flavors? Why you think you got the Skittles? Experience the rainbow. But stop condemning what God has declared is good. Because God declared, source declared all things good. So who are you to say that it's evil? As the Spirit reminded Peter. Who are you to call that which I've made good evil? See, they spoke with new tongues when the Spirit fell on the day of Pentecost. They had flames of fire and they spoke with new tongue. Are you speaking with a new tongue now that the Christ has awakened within you? Are you still talking that old talk? You still talking about temptation and limitation and trials and tribulation? But are you speaking with the authority, the dominion in which you were born with? You just forgot. How you be, Belinda? How are you? How are you, Clarissa? Double tap 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say. We are almost there on TikTok today. So we are on TikTok and we are on YouTube. And it's about, what do you want out of life? Because whatever you desire is desiring you, which means it's already yours. Just go live your best life. Go eat, drink, and be merry. Go have a good time. Why the source of all things is working in the background. It's doing what's necessary. Because we don't make seeds grow, right? You put a seed in the dirt, do you make it grow? No, you do not. You don't make anything happen. You no more can make a seed grow than you can make your desire come. That's what you need to understand, because your desire is just like a seed. When you put a seed in the dirt, in the earth, you don't make it grow. You have nothing to do with that. Just like your desire. When you start talking about when, how, worrying, complaining, all you're doing is causing delays, and obstacles to bring forth the desired outcome. So just drop your desire, just like a seed, and know it shall bring forth much fruit. Know that it's already done. That you're already that what you desire to be. You're already it. The name of this game is claim. The name of this game is to claim. Claim it. Speak it. Declare it. Know it. Walk it. Talk it. Be it. Just be. Nothing to do, just be. Be. Because that Biblios, Helios, that book of the sun, that book of books, it's all about you. It's all about the mind. It's your spell casting book. It's your manifestation book. It has the answers to it tells you how to get the answers to your solution, because the solutions are within you. The answers that you're seeking for are found within you. Yes. I like that, Elizabeth. Oh. And so if you find that this message does not resonate with you, keep on moving. Don't stop like the hands of time. Tick, tick, tock. So if you find that this message does not resonate with you, and you're not ready to, and you're not willing to have an open discussion and talk, just an open mind, then again, keep on moving. Don't stop. Just keep on moving. Don't stop like the hands of time. They don't stop. Tick tock, tick tock. Scroll on by. Just walk on by. Hey, I am happy to be. Thank you. Because we are our own savior. The solution that you've been looking for is found within you. To all your problems, the answer is found within. Oh, thank you, Amy. Thank you. Oh, Annie. No, that says Annie. Was that Anya? No, Anya. That's what it is. Anya Ray, the singer. Okay. I had to look at it a couple of times, but I got you, Anya. Thank you, Anya. Yes, the Bible's mind science. The Bible's not about any persons that existed in time and space reborn, Mason. The Bible's about your mind. The solution to any problem is in your consciousness. The only reason why you have problems is because you say you do. If you stop saying you had problems, then you wouldn't. If you just started saying you had experiences, that life is happening because of the way you think. And if you thought differently, then your life would be different. It's really that simple. But it's because you're in need of, you think you are doing things wrong. You think it's wrong to have sex outside of marriage. You think it's wrong to tell stories with that which the world calls a lie, even though the world lies to you all the time. They always telling you stories, and you believe them. You believe the stories that the news tells you, that social media shares with you, but you won't believe your own story. You won't tell your own lie, your own fiction, and then keep telling that lie and that fiction. Then it hardens into fact, and then becomes your reality. And here's a prime example of a lie you could tell yourself that will become an experience for you. So say that you don't have a whole lot of money. Say that you financially strapped, as some people would say. You could start saying, actually, I'm abundant in all things, and I have a financial overflow. You keep saying that, you keep telling that story, and then you keep telling that story, which to your logical mind would appear to be a lie, because you would be looking at your bank account and you would be letting what you see determine your reality. However, that's not the script. The script tells you that you walk by faith and not by sight, and you call those things that be not as though they were, so that the unseen becomes seen. Because the things that are seen are not caused by things that which do appear. So yeah, when you speak life about your life starts to change. So even though you're financially strapped and you have no way of knowing how this money shall come into your experience, but you keep saying, no, my God shall supply, which is my awareness, my consciousness, my good, shall supply all my needs according to his riches, not according to my riches, but his riches. And since God, source, says the cattle on 1,000 hills belongs to source, and all that source has is mine, and that means it's supposed to be mine. And so I'm going to refer back to this scripture that says, hey, source has richly given me all things to enjoy. So why would I ever say that I am poor? Why would I ever speak financial instability? Why wouldn't I call those things that be not as though they were, so that the thing that's not seen shall make an appearance? The mind was never created. And you got one more time to say, I need to answer something, and I'm just going to not talk to you. Because what we're going to do is talk to me like you want to be talked to. You know, Christians, y'all something else. Y'all don't know how to have a civil conversation. Y'all like to have a demanding conversation. Y'all like to talk at people. So so you double tap that screen, we can have the conversation. You can come up in the box. I don't dodge nothing. I was talking. So, you know, when someone's talking, you're supposed to sit there and listen. I see that you weren't listening. You were too busy typing. So that's not a conversation. Who the hell are you that I need to dodge a question? You ain't no damn body. What I need to dodge? Come up in the box. We could talk about it. I'm almost at 10K. I don't dodge nothing. Like, who are you that I need to dodge a question from? Like, really? Oh, you're not coming up, Chosen, because you don't know how to talk. So you don't know how to talk to me. So I don't talk to people that don't know how to talk to me. So you can go into another chat and you can spew your thoughts, because I'm not talking to you. You don't know how to talk. I don't like the conversation you bring. You don't like to have conversations. You like to talk at people. I'm not doing that today. I gave you several chances to change the way you talk, and you just wouldn't do it. So we not going there. I'm gonna let you have that. I'm telling you, Jesus Christ never died. Like, what? He never existed. How somebody gonna die that never existed? Impossible. 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 All right, we're at 10K. We're at 10K. We're at 10K. Hello, please mute. Please mute. Hello, Sandy. How are you?
Hello, my mouth is full. My brain is so full.
What's going on? What you say? I missed it. Wait, what you say?
I'm listening in. Oh God, but I'm blessed, and I'm so thankful and grateful to be here.
Yes, I appreciate
Yeah, my mic is full, so I'm gonna close this.
Oh, you say your mouth is full, so you're having breakfast or you're eating lunch or what have you? No problem. Okay, bitter truth, you can unmic.
So I just want to ask you.
So when someone comes into my chat, we greet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought this. Hey, so I'm a Christian, 35.
So did you say greet? Greet means hello. How are you doing?
Oh, hey.
That's a greeting, right? We say, hey, how's your day going? Oh, my day is going awesome. How's yours?
That's good. It's good. It's going good.
I still haven't heard a greeting from you yet. I hear laughter.
No, I say good morning.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Good morning. So I just want to ask. So what makes you say that Christ didn't exist? Like, what make you say basically with the surety that Christ didn't exist?
Because I took the scripture and I applied it to myself, and then that's when I realized I didn't need a savior. But I left Christianity way before I
No, wait.
discovered that the
I know
mind
you say
was
you don't need a savior,
creative.
but how does that
But
say that
here's the
Christ
thing:
didn't
you
exist?
can't talk with me while I'm answering the question. You do have to wait till I come up for air and pause. And so, did you hear what I said?
No, you.
Did you hear my
You
answer? Did you hear my answer?
okay. Your answer was that when you read a book or love Christianity, you stated that it's something that Christ is within. Or what?
So clearly, you did not hear what I said. So are you listening to have a conversation, or are you just
I'm listening.
listening to make a point?
Yeah.
Because I said I applied scripture to for myself and came to the realization I don't need a savior. That's what I said.
Okay, but if this book states that, could Christ stated that if you ask anything in my name unto the Father, will begin. So if you need your sins forgiven and you deny Christ, how are your sins gonna be forgiven? Or you don't believe in sin either.
All right, I'm not a sinner, so I don't need my sins to be forgiven.
So then how are you relying on this book as your means of, how are you leaning on this book when it mentions sins?
Oh, I'm not relying on it. I am the book. It's my autobiography. It's a tool, but I don't need it. It's not necessary. I just choose to use it because I like it.
Okay, and does it mention sins in the book that you referring to?
Oh yeah, it says sin. It don't sin only means to miss the mark. It's not about morality.
Sin is to miss the mark.
Yes.
How does one miss the mark?
To miss your goals. So say like you said this morning, I desire, or just say any day you decided I want to bring more money to in my experience, or I want to heal my body, or I want to have better relationships, and that isn't occurring in your life, you're sinning. You're
And
missing your aim, you're missing your mark, you're missing the target, the bullseye.
how did you attribute the term sin to that? Like, what made you?
I looked up the original translation in the Greek, and it literally means to miss the mark, as in archery. It's an archery term, and it means to miss the mark or miss one's aim in archery. And then religion just took it to mean to not follow the list of demands that we call the Ten Commandments in Scripture. Thank you, hamartia. Is that hamartia? Is it pronounced hamartia, Spencer, or harmantia? I don't speak Greek, so I guess that's the English translation of that word in the Greek, hamartia. That's what it means. That's the word in Greek. Sin.
So this one more question. So hopefully I believe hopefully you're trying to find the truth for the scriptures, but say for example you are wrong and unfortunately you find yourself in outer darkness or in a lake fire. Can you remove yourself from that torment if you are God?
Well,
Like say
see,
for
let's
example,
see with that.
what are some of the places you there, right? And then you say this is my existence, I can remove myself. Will you be able to do that?
Well, see, from this premise, you're presupposing that I believe there's a hell. There's no hell. I don't got to remove myself from a place that does not exist.
No, I mean, what if one day you find yourself there?
I'm
Will you
not
be
going to
able to remove
find
yourself?
myself there because it does not exist. So this hypothetical situation would never happen, because that means I would have to agree to this hypothetical situation. But I'm not going to agree to a fairy tale. It's just like, you saying if you were Alice in Wonderland, would you do these things or do that thing? Would you go down a big old rabbit hole and meet small people named Tweedledee and Tweedledum? I guess if you're going to live your life according to Alice in Wonderland. So if I'm living my life according to the fairy tale of hell, I guess I don't have a body, so it'll be my soul that will be experiencing this fire. But how does a soul burn? Only flesh can burn. So that's the part I don't understand. Like, how my soul burning? Only my flesh can.
No. So basically, your body is a vessel for your spirit. So actually, it's mitigating the pain you will actually feel. So once you leave this body, everything will be heightened to the thousands of degrees. So a cut on your finger here will feel like a pew pew shooting you to the times 10 in the spiritual realm.
And you know that how? How do you know that?
Because people have had near death experiences, right? And almost every single one of them stated that when they were allowed to
Oh, that's not
experience.
true. Hold on. I don't like the generalizations because you mean the ones that you've listened to say this? Because I've heard near death experiences where no one mentions a heaven or a hell. So let's say according to the ones I've listened to, only the ones you've heard, because I can give you some near death experiences where they talk about no heaven or hell. They confirm what I say about reality, which is that we're just spiritual beings having a human experience.
Okay, sure, I would like to hear yours next, but okay, I'll say mine quickly. So they all near death experiences where some mentioned like seeing the heavenly realm, and unfortunately many seeing the outer darkness or eternal like torment. And they stated that when they were allowed to experience pain, it was heightened. Everything was heightened: sense, smell, touch. It seemed realer than actually this moment, this time on Earth.
Okay, I won't disagree that they made it sound very convincing, but they ain't experiencing no hell. I don't care what they say. They just they had a dream that was very real to them because of their subconscious beliefs, because they're fearful. They're afraid to put off the body. They're afraid to unalive one day. And they want you to also be tormented. And they want to scare you into submission and think you have to follow these rules of an organization that don't care nothing about you. They just want your money and they just want to manipulate and control you, which today is something you created because it's your construct, it's your belief system. But all you have to do is stop believing in it, and then you won't have to worry about it. You won't have to live in fear or torment or ever worrying about what's going to happen when you die. See, that's what I did. I stopped believing in that. And now I'm free as a bird. My mind doesn't go there. I'm at peace now.
Okay, so then why not apply the same concept to this place and they do anything I want? But if someone just do anything and they end up in jail, right? So would I end up in jail if I do whatever I want? Yes or no?
Is people already doing that? Yes, because people are already doing what you just explained. Why do people say people doing whatever they want when people are already doing whatever they want?
Okay,
People, that's why we have jails. Is that correct? Because people doing whatever the heck they want to. And those that get caught are the ones who up in jail. But everybody that do wrong don't get caught. Correct? Everybody that's doing wrong ain't going to jail. It's just the ones that get caught end up in jail. And then some people that ain't even doing nothing and still end up in jail because wrongly accused. Correct?
yeah. No, but I mean those that do like criminal behavior. So why can't the same
But
be applied to hell? Like why can't I do whatever I want here without any consequence? Why is that?
Um, actually, what you mean? Why is that? That's already happening.
No, but
Everyone
what if
doesn't.
I do it before?
So people are doing what they want to do, and they're not going to hell. That's a religious concept. You think people are going to end up in hell because they're doing what they
No,
want,
I
and
mean
what you're
it's
saying is
robbing the
wrong.
bank. Will they go to jail if they do it? Why is that?
I mean, I already answered that question. It's only because they got caught. But even those that get caught don't go to jail, and those who didn't do anything still end up in jail. Why is that? Why do people that never do anything wrongly
No,
accused? Why do they end
no,
up in
we can
jail? Can you
focus on the
answer that
next one.
question?
I'm talking about criminals. Like first, we can talk about others, but let's stick with criminals right now. Like, why do we have to go to jail for stealing?
They don't. All people that still do not go to jail. I answered that question. I'm not
No,
going to answer it any
if they're caught
differently.
stealing,
I'm sorry.
if they're caught stealing, right?
Does
Like
everyone
robbing
who's
the
caught
bank,
stealing go to jail? No. Everyone who's caught stealing does not go to jail.
robbing the bank, they won't go to jail.
People still blue white collar crimes happen all the time. And do people get caught?
No,
No.
jail's an example. I'm using. I'm
No,
using
no,
bank.
because
I'm
you're
using
talking
bank.
about stealing money and stealing
Bank,
from
yeah, bank.
banks. That's a white collar crime. It's a white
So
collar
everyone face
crime.
jail time.
No, not everyone goes to jail.
Really, from robbing the bank.
No, they don't. They don't know. I mean, if you're talking about, somebody that goes in with a ski mask with a gun, I mean, they have to get caught. They have to get caught. And again, people have gotten caught and still do no jail time.
Yeah. Okay,
I mean, why you arguing? So do you think that everybody that does wrong ends up getting caught and going to jail? Because that's really
no,
the question.
no, but I mean those that do. Why must they go to jail? I mean, those that do get caught. Why must they have to serve jail time? Why is that to you?
No, no. Why is that to you? You need to ask yourself this
Because it's
question
the
because I'm
same
not going
laws
to
governing
answer it.
earth.
You
It's
keep
the same
asking me
same
the
laws
same
governing heaven and
question.
earth.
We can't
Yeah,
have this
because
conversation because you keep asking me the
yeah,
same question. I'm not
I
going to give you a
understand.
different answer.
Because the laws governing the earth is similar to the laws governing the heavens. So if you do things against God, He has a judgment reserved for you. And with Him, though with Him, there's no escape. Like here, you may be able to escape. You know, I can live my life, and you know, everything's okay. But with Him, you eventually have to answer for you know, things you did. So the same laws again governing this earth is similar to what's in heaven. That's why they use the term "as above, so below," because a lot of things they mimic from the even sent before a judge. They mimic the throne of God. They try to replicate it. You can open your mouth before the throne of God and judge. When you stand before a judge, like you're not even allowed to speak. So they know God is real and the need to create a similar to what's in heaven. They sometimes replicate it down here. So when you see a person stand before a judge, it's very similar to heaven, but not as frightening because it is no comparison. But yeah, so if you want to understand God, just look at some of the laws of this earth and how it's governed, and you have a somewhat understanding of how God works.
Okay,
Well,
thank you. I know how God works. I mean, but okay, we're going to table that because we're going
yeah, I
to
just wanted
let,
to say that,
yeah.
but yeah,
Greetings.
Go ahead, King.
Greetings. I
Greetings,
come
greetings.
in peace. Um, I don't know. I kind of wanted to tackle a few things that people were saying on here, but that's up to you.
Hey, it's up to you. You have the mic.
Because when he said that, he kept bringing up one of the worst crimes that we actually, said to be crimes that we all experience: the bank being robbed. If you look at the billionaires that stand today, they're stealing billions and billions of dollars. Well, I should say millions of dollars, um, by the month load, and none of them are being persecuted or caught. So that right there would be prime example of, theft without punishment.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Well, they just probably doing it in ways where it's hard to trace. But I mean, if you outright do it, like just barge in the building, that's different because it's very apparent. But some people do it slyly, where they have laundress in this place. They have people that hide their tracks. So that's kind of different. So,
Yeah, so that's why Prosperous, when she said, it's about how you do it, and if you're getting caught, that's what she meant. Because you just explained what she explained.
okay, so basically, and you guys out there's no wrongdoing. Is that what you guys are saying? That there's no wrongdoing?
I didn't say that, no.
Wrongdoing is in the eyes of those who's perceiving it and who's doing it.
Okay, so
See, I don't
slavery,
live my life
so,
trying to judge
so,
others'
so
behavior.
slavery was good to the white people, right? Or it was good in their eyes, so it was right. Not all white people, of course, but like the
It
people
was
that
good. It was good
so
to
it was
many
right. So
different
that means
types
it
of
was
people.
right because in their eyes it was okay. So who are we to say it was wrong? So we can't argue against that, right?
You
Can
could
you?
do you could do whatever you want to do. It's your
Hold on.
world.
Bitter truth. Can you? Can you do it or no?
Do what?
I'm able. You are able to do it. But the question is, will you?
To do what wrong?
Yes.
I mean, but who's to say what's wrong or right if you don't believe? Like, according to like the host, like mind sense, like what is wrong or right? Like, say for example, right? You walking down the street, someone just take everything in your hand. Who's it wrong to?
Can we get an example of something good? Why do you? I don't, and I don't want to say you specifically, but it's very hard pressed to have a Christian that gives me a good example of something happening. It's always the negative. It's always a thing you don't want to be happening. Those are always the
No,
questions and
because it's not human
hypotheticals
nature.
you
It's like if
come
someone
with.
listens to this and believes it, they just start doing things and they say, "What am I doing wrong?" It's always better to consider like the wrongdoing because a lot of people will say, "Hey, I see someone with an Xbox. That's mine now," and they'll say, "What have I done wrong? I have not been caught. That's why it's dangerous." Or I see a person with a PlayStation 5, or that's mine.
You know what's dangerous about that? is that you thinking that's how people live in their life and that's what they're thinking about every day. Because in my world, people not going around thinking about how they're going to take something from somebody. But clearly in your world, that's what's going on. In my world, my mind don't go to, let me figure out how I'm going to try to get this out of this person. Let me see how I'm going to manipulate. Let me see how I can steal. Let me see how I can, unalive a person. Those thoughts are not running in through my mind, but clearly they're running through your mind. So you need to ask yourself, why does your mind go to those hypotheticals? Because it does not happen in mine.
No, it's not. I have no desire to do that. It's just for talking points. But there are people. Of course, not everybody will think like you. Like you said, everybody think differently. But you can't see someone that think contrary to you is wrong. Like you said, you can't. No matter what they think, if they want to do something, what they feel is right. Who are you to say it's wrong? That's what I'm saying. Like you can't say what's wrong or right. If someone takes someone's car that they left the door open, it's right. Like that's what I mean.
Bitter truth. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Back when you were talking about people experiencing hell, can you explain a little bit more about that?
Okay, so it's called NDE, or some people just like the spirit was removed from their body. And so if I actually made a video, I'm not trying to put my page, but I created a short video. Look, my page, you guys should check it out. That explained everything to you guys. So we have time to basically NDE.
You said the spirit separated the body?
Yes, when the body leaves.
Can the spirit be destroyed?
Can it be destroyed? Not completely, no.
No, in any way, in any form.
No, it can't be destroyed. It can't be like erased. No.
Oh, so it can't be destroyed. So then, how does one experience eternal destruction, eternal damnation? And how do you experience eternity in the first place? To experience eternity means that it does not end. So how can they experience eternity and come back?
How they experience eternity?
Yes, that's what you said. You said they experienced hell, and the definition of hell in the Bible is eternal separation or eternal damnation from God. So how can they come back and give God glory if they are experiencing said hell?
No, that means if that's your judgment, right? Then
no, that's not. No, I know, but you're saying that they're experiencing something eternal. How can you experience eternity without staying in that eternity? How can you come back? Because your definition of experience, I would consider, would be you saying that they're coming back and explaining to people what they experience, but then they would have to say they're experiencing eternity. So how is that possible? Hello?
I don't know. Are you there, Bitter Truth? Because if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened. Whether a person like has an NDE in heaven or hell, heaven and hell is outside of time, right? So they can experience a place of eternity. Like they can visit a place of eternity, but doesn't mean that they experience eternity, because that made no sense. Because eternity
is hell.
It's ongoing.
Yeah, is hell eternal damnation, or is it like a place of it? Like, can you visit it and leave? Is that what the Bible tells you?
Yeah, there are people that have, that went, when they were allowed to come back. But some people.
So you're saying people had like dreams or visions that weren't the exact experience. They might have had like thoughts.
No. These many people were declared, dead. They was in hospitals, even doctors have the people wake up screaming saying, don't put me back to sleep, like don't let me die again. These people were gone and they came back, they spirit. And they would jump and scream and grabbing the doctor saying, like, help me, like keep me alive. Like this is well known. So their spirit would leave out and God would give them a chance to experience something, maybe to change their life, and they send them back.
Wait, experience what again? What is that something? Is it eternal?
No, they experience a place of eternity. Yes, a place of eternity.
Can you explain that to me? How the spirit can experience a place of eternity? Because you do know the spirit is eternal itself.
Yeah, it's a spirit that lives. Yeah, spirit can't die.
Okay, and then you also said that the spirit cannot get destroyed. nor feel destruction?
Well, it could feel destruction. Yeah.
In what sense can it feel destruction tangibly?
Okay, so it could feel, as the scriptures say, burning. Um, right now, hell. So you have hell and Hades, or the lake of fire.
Okay, let me break it down to you, bro. The spirit is not tangible. Fire is. So how can the tangible affect the spiritual? And not only that, for eternity.
Well, the spirit actually can become, it actually can.
So
Like
it can be. So you're saying it can be destroyed, and it can be affected by tangible things.
Yeah, this the spirit, because and also there's dimensions, right? So the spirit that's in our body, it can go to a place because hell, it will never leave. Heaven, it will never leave. It will remain forever. So if someone could go there and experience this place, that's going to remain forever. But they can come back. Maybe God going to show them, and they can experience pain, destruction. Like people would mention how sometimes they see people.
Wait, so you said
They
God?
flesh to burn.
You're saying maybe the Father wants the eternal spirit to experience hell, or at least the eternal experience of hell, and then come back to the body traumatized.
Yeah, you ever heard of scared straight people with a person? Sometimes you have to scare people to change their life. Like that's what it takes so you can warn others. There's nothing wrong with that. If it's to save your soul, to save from prison, hell, sometimes that must be done. Some people are stubborn. That's the only way they could, see the severity of what they're doing. I'd rather that than spend eternity or life in prison or 20 years in prison.
So do we have free will or not?
I'd rather be scared straight than spend in any of those places, one day in those places.
So I have a question because I'm done with the hell narrative. You can keep that story. Do we have free will or not? Because you're not about to scare us straight. We don't care about hell. But do we have free will?
I'm not trying to scare you guys.
Yeah, because you just said you keep trying to tell us all what they were doing. Because to me that's outside of the script, and there is no foundation for what these people's dreams are. That isn't a determining factor. That's a personal experience because that's their personal experience. You want to make it a fact. That's just their experience. Them dreaming this does not determine reality for everybody else. It just tells you what their reality is, what they believe to be true, because they're fearful again of unaliving. That's a them thing. That's not across the board. Everybody not seeing life like that. Not everybody is as scared to depart this body. Only the religious minded are so concerned about what's going to happen after life, as opposed to how are you going to enjoy this life. So my question to you, bitter truth, is: are you enjoying your life? Do you have the abundant life? Are you experiencing peace, joy, right now, like right now?
Yeah, I would say so.
So this is what I do know. The script says that you can't have, good water and salt water come out of the same spout. You gotta, because to me, the way you talk don't sound like you got peace. Because your hypotheticals are always fear-based.
No,
It's not because here's the thing. You don't need to give me worst case scenario. I can watch the news if I want to see that. What happened to with loving kindness have I drawn thee? If you're preaching the gospel, preach the good news. I don't need the hypothetical of a mind that is not from a place of love. You're not giving me the Christ mind. You're giving me a Satan mind. You're only talking about the hell, which is you want to unalive somebody, you want to take what's not yours, you want to live in fear. All your hypotheticals does not come from a loving place. It comes from a fearful place of that. Again, you trying to scare me straight into Jesus. And it's just that's not a great tactic. It's not, because that's not what the Christ did. Christ didn't go around preaching hell. I'm not sorry, because I know that's not script. The script, when he was going around doing his miracles and ministry, he said, what you have me do for you? What do you want of me? How can I make you whole? What are you requiring of me? And whatever they asked, he gave. As long as they had faith, it was done. He wasn't like, you better not go do this, or let me give me a accounting of your life. Tell me if you're living right. Tell me if you're keeping the 10 commandments. Nope, and nope. It was, what do you have of me? What do you want from me? Oh, you got it. It's your faith that makes you whole. It's done unto you as you believe. So all of this fear mongering, I don't get it. Because that's not the example Christ gave you. That's religiosity. That's religious dogma. That's fear mongering. That's manipulation. That's control. That's coercion. And that ain't God. So you can tell me all you want that God got a special place for unbelievers. The only special place God got for unbelievers is in his heart, is to awaken within them. That's the only place God is residing, and is in the heart of man. And some people's heart ain't open to it yet, and that's okay, because it one day will be. Someday, when the world is whatever. But that's all I got to say today. I'm not talking no more about hell. So if you can't preach the gospel to me and the good news and bring love, joy, hope, if you ain't talking to me about the abundant life, the promise of God, because they're yes and amen in Christ, I don't want to hear it. I could care less about your hypotheticals about all the horrors of the world that could happen.
Not only brought that up because say there's no wrong, but I won't talk about that no more. But I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, but you said it. Can you say something else? I mean, I don't know how many different wrongs you need to convince me of a wrong. How many hypotheticals of wrong do I need? You don't have to keep giving me with it. Let me give you another example of a wrong, and then let me give you another example of, well, since you ain't seeing that wrong, let me give you another example. I don't care how many examples of wrong you give me.
Bitter truth. What does your name mean, brother?
Bitter truth.
Yeah, like, what does it mean? What's the story behind it?
Oh, so when I got on this app, I saw like a lot of atheists, they're saying God is not, real. When I bring them the truth of what the scripture says, they get angry, and I say, you know what? Let me create the same bitter truth, because even though the truth is bitter to many, it's to help them. That all medicine is not good tasting. Actually, the best medicine for you is bitter. So, and the word of God is that medicine. Sometimes it's bitter for many, so that's why I got the name Bitter Truth.
So when you come to this live, would you say it's bitter truth, or would you just say it's truth? Like, what do you think about it? Do you accept it? How does it make you feel?
What you guys are saying?
Yeah.
No, it don't make me, angry or anything.
How does it make you feel?
Well, today when I talk to you guys, a bit slightly just worried, because saying you could do no wrong, that's kind of, it's like more worried, like telling people can't do wrong. I think that's kind of, worrisome. But aside from that, nothing else.
Taste and see that the Lord is good.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. But, but in terms of like today, the only, emotion was like this concern, a big concern, but other than that, that was it. But yeah, God, Christ is love. He did exist. That's why you see many people saying, I am Christ, because even before Christ came, you got people come and say, I am the Christ. And after he came and passed, people could say, no, I am the Christ, because the person did live.
Hold on, problem, brother. Problem. You said he did exist?
Yeah, Christ.
Like past tense?
And of course his spirit lives on, but he walked on this earth. He existed on the earth.
Hold on, is Christ amongst you today? Right now in this moment?
Yeah.
That would be blasphemy to say that he did exist.
Well, I mean, in the context of what we were speaking, I mean, he came down on earth in the flesh and walked as a man. And that's in a context where history could account and say, this guy walked amongst us in that sense. But of course, he's everywhere. Even before he came down, his original state was, spirit, but he had to come down because Israel and ultimately the world sinned. So he came back to redirect us unto God. He said, this is what, because all of Israel was, turned astray in the world. And there's no one to lead anyone to the truth. The people that's doing their own thing. So Christ came back. He came down to,
What's the truth? What's the truth? What is the truth?
The truth is that the Most High God is God of all. He created. And the truth is the commandments. Put no God, other God before the God, the Bible, the Most High, the God of Israel. And, yeah. The main truth is that the Most High God is God. And we are not to forget him. We don't say he doesn't exist. We are God's because we didn't put that sun up here. I can't even grab it. Tell me to grab that sun and pull it down before you. I can't. I didn't
Wait,
play there.
You said not to say we are gods.
Huh?
You said we're not to say that we are gods.
No, Psalm 82:6 states that those under the Most High, he said, did not say you are gods, but you cannot say that there's no one made me. I am God alone. That's when it's dangerous. So you say that you are God alone and there's no God made me. Yeah, that's when it gets dangerous. Yeah.
I don't know how you're gonna quote the scripture and then say we can't say the scripture.
No, I said Psalm 82:6 says that you're God, but what you're doing is saying there's no God made me. That's when it becomes dangerous. Because you guys say that there's no creator, right?
That's what I'm saying. So here's the thing. You just had a whole conversation with yourself about what I believe without talking to me.
Okay, if I misspoke, I thought I spoke to you 3 times before, but if I misspoke, like what did I say that was wrong? I'm sorry if I did, misquote you. So you believe in the creator? That I said. Did I get that wrong?
There's only one source, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one Father of us all, one Mother of us all, one source of us all. See, I don't really like saying Father because then y'all think it's masculine. Y'all think that
One
God,
light.
y'all want to talk about the masculinity of God. Y'all think that God. You think that even though your Bible tell you God ain't even man, but somehow he keep being Father. He keep getting this he pronoun. So I'm gonna say source the Father. The source is the reason for it all. And when we say that we are gods, or when I say I am God, that means I am of God, that I am one with God, that God literally becomes me, that I am realized I am she, that I am source, that I was there when the sun was created, like Christ says, before Abraham was, I am. The sun is actually a projection of the light within you. It's a symbol of the light in you. That's all the sun is. The sun is the giver of life. Without the sun, we would have no life on this third dimensional plane. So you take that sun away, ain't nobody walking this earth. Not on this third dimensional plane.
So you believe a creator put the sun there, right? And not us. Like, I just want to get that correct.
How did he put it there? How did he put it there? I was waiting for you to ask the question.
Yeah, he spoke it into existence.
With what? Spoke with what?
His authority, his power, his mouth.
No, you said what? His what?
He spoke with his authority, with his mouth. He spoke, said, let there be.
His mouth?
Yes, let there be, yes.
Can you explain how he spoke with his mouth?
Yes, he opened his mouth, said, let there be. And then there was, let there be this, then it was.
So your God has a mouth?
Yes.
Do you know you could speak without the mouth? Do you know you could speak and hear without the mouth and the auditory system? Do you know that?
That's true, yeah. God could definitely do that, but
I'm not even talking about God. I'm talking about you. Because what you mean he definitely can do that? That's the only way source does it. But okay, but I'm saying that you can. Do you know that you can? Do you know that you can be quiet right now, not say anything with your lips, and you can hear your own voice? Do you know that?
Amen. Yeah, of course you can hear you.
Okay, so why you keep saying that God used the mouth? Because if you can talk, since God is not, source is not a man, has no physical form, where the heck this mouth coming from? Saying that you can talk without the mouth, and we know God is formless, source is formless, is light, is energy, has no form. Where is this mouth? I know you because the mouth of God, you hear that. This is saying the voice of God. Not talking about a physical mouth.
Yeah, so Daniel 7:9, when it mentions how they saw him sitting on the throne, he did have because we are made in his image, right? Likeness and image. Because all angels look alike. Some look like
so image and likeness, you think that's talking about form and body? So when it says you're made in the image and likeness of God, you're saying that's form and body?
Yeah, cause I was gonna explain. So you have many angels, some like a
No, we're not
wisdom.
talking about angels. We're talking about the source of all things. Keep it where we're keeping it at. I don't need no analogies.
Yeah.
Tell
So
me
yeah,
how we are made in the image of God when it comes to form and
so
likeness.
yeah, so likeness. I mean, like characteristics. Originally, before before Satan came and corrupted us, we had a likeness of the good nature. We
You're
always say
not
have.
telling, you're trying to preach at me. I just don't understand why you just can't answer the question. Show me how God is a form like man when your script says he's not a man, that he should lie, neither the son of man. No man has seen God at all. How do you know that God has a form like that of human flesh?
Did you ever read Daniel 7:9?
And what does it say?
Wait, 1 second. Let me.
The form had the form, but it wasn't talking about a body. I know you don't think it's talking about a body. You cannot be saying that it's talking about a body like flesh and blood. That's what you're gonna tell me? Lord, you ain't even gotta look for the scripture. I know what you're talking about. But really, that's what we're gonna say, that God got a body now? God got a body now? I thought he only had a body in the form of Jesus Christ. I thought that was the only time God took form, was in the body of Jesus Christ.
I mean, there's forms like out on this earth and outside of it. The form is just like the way something is composed, right? He sits on the throne. All right, so it says that he sits. The earth is his footstool. So imagine he gave him a worse
Lord.
understanding.
Now
Yes, he sits, right?
no, not right.
Is he wearing Jordans?
Earth is his footstool. And
Hold on.
Hello?
Jordans or
I mean,
Nike?
like,
Hello,
you guys laughing at
hello,
the scripture, but
Dylan.
these are
Hello,
these are not
Dylan.
my words. You're laughing at the Bible, so you gotta
I'm
ask
not
me
laughing.
this.
No, I think your interpretation is wrong.
How am I? If you said the earth, basically the earth, the heaven is throne, earth is footstool. I know. You know. And Daniel 7.
So
Let
he's.
me get Daniel 7 now. Hold on 1 second. I'll say
Hold on. So, all right.
Yeah, hold that thought. Hello, who's this? Gabby?
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm great. Mute yourself while you look for your scripture, please. Bitter truth. Go ahead, Gabby.
I wanted to talk to Bitter Truth. That's what it was.
Oh, okay. Well, when he finds his script, he'll come back with, because when I'm coming to realize, I'm talking now on Bitter Truth. It's interesting when I just see that Christians, every Christian just do not see this thing the same. And every time I keep getting a different variety of Christianity, depending on what Christian I'm talking to. Because this is the first time that I talk to a Christian that is not just accepting that God is spirit, not God got a body. My mind is blown with that. My mind is blown with that.
Right. So it says, Daniel 7:9. I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the ancient of days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. Right. So what did you get from that?
That is a metaphor. It's not talking about a person. Because here's the thing: they no physical characteristics. No physical characteristics.
He said his hair was white as.
Yeah, so the metaphor, you have to see the hair being white. Well, there are people now who sits on thrones who hair is white. You're not gonna call them God. So then that means it has to be saying something it has to be a metaphor, an allegory, because there are many people who sit on thrones who have white garments, who have bronze feet with white hair, but you're not going to call them God. So that means that it's something that I'm missing. It's a misinterpretation. So that means now I gotta, if meditate on it, unless you already know the metaphor that's being brought out in that scripture. So I'm not going to say I know what white means metaphorically. I'm not, but the garment can be just that it was because white can mean purity, right? Wisdom, right? It could just be talking about the wisdom, because wisdom comes from the head, right? So I mean, if I thought about it, I could break it down metaphorically. I just don't feel like it, because I could break it down, because I'm doing it now as I'm talking to you. Consciousness is giving me the metaphor for it. As I'm talking to you, it's coming to me because I never looked at that scripture and never really broke it down. But as I'm talking to you, I can give you the metaphorical interpretation of it as I'm talking to let you know that that Bible is a parable.
No,
It's not
it's
talking
not
about that
because
God, because it's still, because you still didn't tell me about a form though. You didn't
yes,
tell me about a form. You told me about something sitting, and so in your mind, that means that you actually have, a
this has a
backside,
place in
that it
separate.
really has, that you really have a behind, and he
Wait,
had
hold.
thighs and a back supporting. Come
Yes,
on,
he
but
showed
that's
his back
okay.
to
I don't.
Moses. He
That's
showed
okay.
his
I
back to
don't. I'm
Moses.
gonna let Gabby ask
He showed
you.
his back to Moses. He couldn't see his face. Like you guys deny many
I know
verses.
because you take the Bible literal, so I really can't do nothing with that. If you're gonna take it literal, that's that you get to have that. Kudos to you. I'm not taking it literal. Go ahead, Gabby.
Okay, I wanted to talk to Bitter Truth. So, basically, yeah, I'm a firm believer in Jesus Christ as well, and I just wanted to tell. I feel like the Holy Spirit was really strongly telling me that you don't have to keep going back and forth with people. Like, for example, the Bible verse, Psalms 11:51. They have mouths, they have eyes, they have ears, but they cannot see, they cannot hear. I feel like you're doing your work, you're trying to plant the seeds, but when people do not physically and they definitely don't spiritually understand, you don't have to keep going back and forth with them. Like, another thing, you have Romans 1:22. Although they claim to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images.
So, Gabby, I'm about to stop you. Gabby, I'm about to stop you. I'm about to stop you. So, can you listen? Because
Amen.
I don't preach on this. We're not gonna preach. And if y'all don't want to have y'all conversation, you can, correct him on your own page. Y'all can come off my live, and then you can go on your own page, and then you can tell Christians how they should proselytize and convert. Because you're exactly right. When a person is not receptive to what you're saying, you're supposed to shake the dust off your feet and keep it moving. So I want y'all to keep it moving because we ain't finna preach up in here. This ain't Sunday school. So if you wanted to, you wanted to come and correct him, and at the same time, gonna try to sleep in and preach.
You're wanting to rage bait Christians, but you're not even letting them speak. You're not even understanding. You're not even having an open heart.
Because here's the thing, I'm not here to convert Christians, and I'm not here to rage bait Christians. My platform does not say Christians come up and debate me. Christians come up and give me your opinion. Now, I don't know that you're a Christian until you come up, unless some of your handles say that you are. Some of you, your handle says, or if I'm watching what you're saying. But you came on my live. I didn't invite no my platform does not say. It says deconstructing from Christianity, which means we no longer observe the Christian doctrine. But you feel like you need to come up in my live and proselytize and tell the truth of the gospel from your perspective. But I didn't ask you to come up here as a Christian and talk to me. But we can talk, but what you're not going to do is preach. I know I used to be a Christian, so I already know the script. I used to teach Sunday school. That's why we're deconstructing from Christianity.
I used to be in Sunday school.
Did you? So I'll allow you to come up as long as you keep it respectful when you try not to convert me. I don't care about you sharing your belief system and you asking me questions. But it's a time when you just gonna keep asking me the same question. I'm be like, no, we about to cut this conversation short because don't ask me the same question 5 different ways. And that's what you was doing, Better Truth. You kept coming up with all these hypotheticals, but you asked me the same question 5 different ways. You keep coming with a problem. What you gonna do with this problem? What if this person present this problem to you? And then what about this problem over here? And then what you gonna do with that problem? Same question. You just giving it to me a different way. You only want to talk about criminals. What a criminal doing? What a criminal! My world is not my world. I don't lose sleep. My life ain't about what somebody else doing. See, that's why I'm no longer part of any religious affiliation or organization, because y'all spend so much time talking about other people. When do you get a chance to work on you? When are you spending time with the spiritual man and being transformed by the renewing of your mind when you're also consumed about what somebody else got going on? Why is your life about somebody else's life? Why your life ain't about your life, about your walk, about quote unquote your relationship with the Christ? Why are you so concerned about what somebody else's life is? Because unless, like she said, they are receptive to what you're saying, the conversation is supposed to end.
Yeah, no, I agree with what she's saying, but The reason why I usually come to like atheist lives and lives like this because other people are listening. I don't speak to you directly one on one, but others are being misled. So that's why I keep coming back.
I just don't get that because if we got free will, which y'all love to promote, if we got free will, ain't nobody being misled. Because I could say the same thing. Christians are misleading people, but I ain't going in Christians' lives telling them, "Hey, y'all shouldn't be listening to this," because they don't really know who Jesus. They don't really know the Christ. They don't know the Christ is within. They teaching y'all of a physical Jesus, and that's just not true. I don't go in Christians' lives. I don't go in Christians' lives telling them they're doing wrong. I don't do that. I let you have what you have. It's none of my business what you do. But for some reason, my business is your business because you think other people don't have the ability to discern because just like you figured it out, they can figure it out. What make you think your mind greater than theirs? What make you think your free will is greater than another person's free will? See, that's what I'm talking about, that superiority. Y'all think y'all superior to people? Oh, you leading people away. I ain't leading you astray. So what make you so you think your mind is stronger than theirs? Oh, let me come see. I'm Superman. I'm Superman over here. My mind intact. But what about the vulnerable? What about the weak? She leading those astray. Nope, ain't leading nobody astray. Can't lead nobody that don't want to come. Ain't leading nobody that don't want to come. They gotta want this. And if you don't want it, I bid you adieu. Have a great day. And we're gonna end it right there.
Right.
No, we're gonna end it right there. I'm gonna let you go to your Christian platform and preach your good news. Build your own community and tell people about the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living.
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Hey King, did you only come up here to talk to him, or did you have something to say?
Yeah, I was. Yep, I only come up to talk to him. There was someone in the comments earlier, and he had mentioned something about asking who created the mind.
Oh yeah,
I said that the mind is uncreated.
right.
If you was to say God, then that would mean that God created our evil thoughts. Said that the mind is uncreated.
Ashanti, please mute. Ashanti, please mute. Thank you. Go ahead. I couldn't hear you because they were unmuted. You can unmute, King.
Yeah. So he had said that the mind, who was asking who created the mind. I think he was trying to portray that it was God. So then I would say, he was trying to portray that it was God, and then I would say,
I'm gonna have to. Ashanti, we're gonna have to drop you because you can't. He's talking and you can't unmute. I think you're gonna have to drop and come back up because you have an echo, and so we can't have the echo. And while he's talking, you get, because if you do it again, I'm just gonna drop you. I mean, if you came up here to talk, that's cool. But while he's talking, you can't be unmuted. Hey, divination, go ahead, King, once again. Take 3.
Take 3. Action. But yeah, I was basically saying the mind is uncreated.
Oh, okay. That's all you want to say?
And I think he was trying to say that it was created by God. And then I would ask him, like, okay, so then where do the evil thoughts come from? Who created
those? Right. Yeah, they're probably not even in here anymore, though. Because I saw that comment, too.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll drop, though, so other people can come up.
Oh, okay. Thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Hello, Ashanti. You can unmute now.
Okay, I'm not really familiar with the TikTok app as far as like the panels, but I do hear an echo, like the panels. But I'm not sure where the echo is coming from.
Are you on 2 phones? Are you on 2 phones or 2?
No, I'm literally on one phone.
Are you on 2 phones? Are you on 2 phones? Yeah, maybe just drop and come back up, and maybe that'll fix it. Because I don't know either.
How do I drop?
I'll drop you.
Okay, can you drop?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's causing it either. Yeah. I don't know why when you say that you're no longer a Christian, why Christians feel like that's a personal attack against them. No one's telling you not to be a Christian. No one's telling you you shouldn't serve and believe in a savior. We're just saying we don't, or I don't. I know, let me start saying we. I have a tendency to say we, but I know majority of us on this platform are, deconstructing from Christianity. So that's why I use the we terminology. But yes, I know that there are other platforms, other pages where it specifically says, if you disagree, Christian, come on up, put your request in. Mine doesn't say that. I mean, I don't deter Christians from coming up. So if they want to have the conversation, I'm open to it. I'm just not into the preaching and the converting aspect of it. We're not about to sit down and read 10 and 20 scriptures so you can make your point. Some people want to read a whole chapter. I need you to give me the shortened version, the condensed version. I'm gonna need you to give me the condensed version when you're talking. Okay, let's see. I'm bringing Ashanti back up. Let's see. We got holistically loving. Let's see. I'm bringing up. Yeah,
Can y'all hear me?
Let's see. You still have the echo.
It's still echoing. Can y'all hear me?
No, we're not gonna be able to communicate because it's that echo is really bad. Whenever you're unmuted, it's really bad. I don't know what it is. Maybe someone in the chat can tell you, because I don't know how for you not to. Maybe close the app, maybe come out of my live and then join back, and maybe that'll help. Like come out of the app, come out of my live, come out of my live, and then come back into my live and then request stuff. Maybe that'll help. But I really don't know what's going on. That's the only remedy I could give. They said you need headphones. Someone also suggested that you use headphones as well, Ashanti. Yeah. Hello, holistically loving. How are you?
Hey, Miss Toyia. I'm good. How you doing?
I'm great.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good.
I've been expanding for real.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I've been learning. And it's like, I don't really read the Bible, but when I do look up certain verses, it's like, the more that I read it, it's like, it's been telling me the same thing that I've been hearing and feeling and knowing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, dang, so the whole time, it's not even the Bible that's the problem. It's just the interpretations of the Bible. For real.
Yes.
The biggest thing that I've been realizing lately is I feel like before in my journey, I was separating the so-called evil from God. How can anything be separate from God?
Oh, yes.
And I hear a lot of, oh, but this or this, or this violent, or this thing, or Satan, or the devil. Did God not create Satan? Did God not create that?
Yeah. Yeah, and this isn't a scripture that's I can't get it. It's like coming in my mind, but I really can't quite remember verbatim about like did God not see it? Did God not do it? Something like that. Like God is seeing it all. And he just because God is you. That's why source is you. You're the one creating the evil and you're creating the good. That's why there's evil present, because the mind of man is creating it.
Yeah, that's what's been throwing me off lately when I keep hearing people try to bring up the devil or demons, or is that not of God as well? Can't nothing be separate from God? Can't nothing be here on this earth, or can't nothing even exist without God?
I'm laughing at Elizabeth. She said, "Won't he do it?" Could you say, "Won't he do it?" Except when it comes to the evil.
You feel me? Like, that don't make sense to me.
Oh, but I get it because we have that comic strip type characterization of God. You got the the superhero, you got the good, and then you got to fight the evil, right? So you got a villain. So, but God created his own villain. And God did create his own villain. We did create our own Satan.
We did.
Yeah, we created our own Satan and devils and demons. Oh my, we did that.
People don't realize that the same way you have a God in you, the same way you have the devil that's in you, because it's the same thing. It's more so. I guess I'm picking more so on totality than duality. Like you can pick which vibration of God that you want to act out of. 'Cause I just feel like the devil would be considered a lower vibration of God, and like the Most High could be considered the highest vibration of God, but they still God.
Oh, yes. I like what Mike Sims said over here on YouTube. Said, good God, guide, guard, all the same. Ye are God's, ye are your God. You are your good guide, guard, God. God in you. Woo! Clock that T, Mike. I love that. Clock that T. Woo! That's over here because I am on YouTube and on TikTok. Yes, I love that. You dropping it like it's hot, Mike. Dropping them gems. For real. Beautiful. Did you have something else to say holistically? I mean, you're free to stay, but if you just want to chime in, if you're done, I'll let my big brother Kev on the scene. I haven't seen Kev in a while.
No, I'm done. I'm chilling.
Okay, cool. What's up, Kevin? Kevin, how are you?
Hey, my sister.
Hey, my brother, how are you?
I am great.
That's beautiful.
Oh my God, I love listening to your live.
Oh, thank you.
And the guy, the many different, variations of, different beliefs and different mindset, and Ben Franklin said, a man convinced against himself is of the same opinion still.
Yes. Yep.
Which means everybody who may not agree with you find a way to defend their position.
Mm-hmm.
They're not easily persuaded to listen to reason. They only listen to themselves.
Yep.
When you said that we're all one because we all come from one source, it's so true.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody has been, quote, born again, unquote, but that's what the Bible is referring to. You have to be born again.
Yeah.
Meaning new mind in Christ, which is your consciousness, new everything.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to tell Bitter Truth. He's a soul that has a body. He's not a body that has a soul.
Right. That's it.
And when the Bible speaks of God and we're being made in the image of God, being Genesis 1:26-27, all our characteristics, all our attributes, they come from that one source because that's who we were created by. If you want to know about you, specifically you, study God. Because it's you.
Yes.
You're only looking at you. Now we'll try to deflect it and put it on somebody else, blame somebody else, blame something else, because we don't want to embrace the accountability of it being us. We think because we don't like the image in the mirror, we can just change the mirror.
Mm.
Which is kind of silly when you think about it.
Yes.
if I had a stain on my shirt and I saw it when I looked in the mirror, and I say, hand me a napkin so I can wipe the mirror to remove the stain. He was like, have you lost your mind?
Mm.
That doesn't even make sense. Well, that's what people are trying to do when they're trying to fix the outside, when the outside is only the mirror of what's inside.
Yes.
How do I know? Because that's how we're created. This whole, everything that we look at, that we experience, you ever notice sometime if you're looking at a movie and something happens in the movie that scares you, that you jump as if it actually happened to you?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, you may laugh it off and say, man, that's crazy. You know, that scared me. Your brain cannot distinguish between that which you look at, which is you look with your mind and process with your mind, not with your eyes. People think when they look through their eyes that they are experiencing reality, which is not true. The real reality is what's going on inside their head. Another example of this. Well, I want people to realize that they really have the power over everything in their life. Everything that happens or don't happen is because of the way they think. Everything. The outward is always going to be a manifestation of the inside. I remember being on your live at one time, and people were wondering, how do they manifest?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like trying to teach me how to breathe.
Right.
Well, I don't need anybody to teach me how to breathe. I know how to breathe. I breathe without thought. It's a reflex. So is manifesting. Because manifesting is part of who you are. Now, you may not be aware of that, which can cause all sorts of havoc in your life because you're not aware. But once you become aware, it changes, it shapes your perspective. And your perspective shapes your reality.
Yes, absolutely. And so they're enjoying what you're saying on YouTube, Kev. Hello, Cindy. Cindy said, wow, this is very true. I needed to hear this. Said, wow, the outside is a manifestation of the inside.
Correct.
Yes, yes.
Correct. If you don't like the things that are going on the outside, it's simple to change. I remember I always share stories. You know that about me. Some years ago, I was working at a company, and I was a very successful sales representative. But I'm always looking at ways to improve myself. And the way I worked on that was I worked on the inside of me to get the results I was looking for outside of me. Well, I had grown my income to maybe close to $100,000 a year. I know it's not a lot of money to some people, but
it is. It is a lot.
it was okay at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I was doing research because I wanted to better my sales skills. And I always, learn from people who are very successful at what I wanted to do and learn what they did. And as long as I did that, I would yield the same results they had. Made sense to me. Like Zig Ziglar and, other prominent people in sales.
Mm-hmm.
So I was looking online, and I saw this guy called the Sales Giant, and his name just, caught my attention. And he had a whole library of sales and how to excel at sales and how to be better at sales. I said, wow. His name was John Gilkey. And I said to myself, man, I would love to learn from him. He had a whole library that you could purchase and you could study his philosophy, his teachings, and everything to better yourself in sales. I said, well, if I could better myself with my knowledge, I could better my results in sales. Mm-hmm. And I was really pretty good at that time. So I had a desire not just to have his material, I wanted to be mentored by him specifically. So how do I get that to happen? I don't know where this guy lives. I don't know anything about him. I just know he has a sales course and he has knowledge that I want to have. So I put it in my desire that I wanted to learn from him specifically, by him and in person. Mm. I just desired that. I didn't tell anybody. I didn't go around. I didn't write down a goal. I didn't do a mantra. I manifested because I had a desire for that. Mm. So then I forgot all about it, went about my daily routine, sales or whatever I was doing, and forgot all about it. I left the manifestation part up to the universe, who in this conversation is really who we are. We are the part of the universe. The manifestation to take hold. It had to come into my being. So a few months later, I found out one of the managers, the regional managers, expressed that there was a new guy coming to this company, and he was hired by the company I was working for, and he was going to be teaching in the Ohio region of our company. Mm. His name was John Gilkey. And I said, oh my goodness. I so wanted to learn from him. Mm. But I had no desire to uproot from the DC area and move to Ohio. Mm-hmm. But I did want to learn from him specifically. But at least he was in my company. Right. And some of the teachings that we will be getting will be his teaching. Nice. But I specifically wanted to learn directly from him. So a few months passed, almost 6 months passed. We were getting information from him, and our sales training was being sculpted by him, even though he was in a different region. All of a sudden, he got transferred to the region where I was. And he got moved to the office that I worked in. And he became my personal trainer. Nice. That's beautiful. Wow! My point for sharing this story is not to put me on a pedestal or to make it seem like I'm someone different than you are. Mm-hmm. I'm showing you, just like Christ did, the example of how you are. I want you to understand your power and how mighty you are. Yes. That's why I shared that story. I used me as an example, but the whole story, the impact of the story is about you. And how you are, how you're made, how wonderful and fearfully you're made. Beautiful. That's amazing. Thank you, Cindy. I got a super chat from Cindy. Thank you over here on YouTube. I appreciate you. Thank you. Am I making any headway? Oh, most definitely. Of course.
You know, your stories are always golden because your success stories are always I just thought it. I had a desire for it, and that was the only requirement.
That's the only requirement. It was nothing I had to do. By the way, my income doubled. It went towards $200,000 a year. The only thing that was stopping me from getting to that level was me. And the only thing that propelled me toward that level was me.
Yep, that's it.
Guys, the whole Bible is about you. Everything. It's about you. It's trying to get you to wake up and remember who you are.
Who you are. I like Mike says sail. Sail. So he's saying sail, S-A-L-E, sail, C-E-L-L, sail, S-A-I-L, sail, S-E-L-L. Is charged by negative and positive currency. I sell a bike. The currency is negative to the buyer and positive to the seller. It's maritime law definition of Phoenician. The Phoenician. Yes. Thank you. Yes. And it's really, it depends. And the positive negative is subjective, right? Because I did receive something for my currency. Right? So it's, to me, it's a win-win. All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind. I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. Hey, and they say there. Gotta look at it as a win-win.
I love it.
Yep. Rose said, she said, wow, he loves us so much, he wrote the book about us. The source is your autobiography reminding you of the simplicity of it, right? Because as I have on Mark 11:24, I have on the screen, it says, therefore I say to you, whatever you desire, when you pray, believe you've received it. That received is past tense, right? It's an already thing. It's an already your thing. Just believe you received it and you will have it.
And more specifically, that which you believe always creates your universe. And like you said, it's subjective. So you and I can see the same thing and have two different perspectives about it. I can look at something and go, man, that's awesome. See you, son. I said, man, that's awesome. And then you look at it and go, oh my God, that's awful. And we saw the exact same thing.
Yes.
But our belief shapes us.
Can I add on to that?
Oh, most definitely. Go ahead.
All right, because the first time I came into your live, Miss Toyia, I knew the power within, but I didn't really know how to like create what I want from my reality. So once I think I got off your lives and I just went within and I started manifesting a check. And then that check showed up shortly after, but it's like I had to defend my perspective before the check came. I had to defend it against people with limiting beliefs trying to tell me, oh, that's not going to happen. That's not make believe. You got to go to work. Tell me why that check came out of nowhere.
Woo! Let's go.
Refund due to an overpayment. I don't know what overpayment. It was something from my basketball injuries as well. And I'm like, dang, that's crazy.
That is amazing. It's not crazy. That's the way it works.
That's exactly the way it works. Your job is not to figure out how. Your only job is to figure out what is it that you want. Make a decision. Don't be double-minded about it. Just make a decision on what you want, because you're going to manifest. What manifests is the very desires of your heart. And I'm grateful for the people that try to negatively impact my mind, because all they're doing is strengthening my belief.
Yeah. And again, remember, there's no out there. Out there, the people were, as divination is reminding us, where you're limiting fears and beliefs.
Correct.
So you basically just talking to yourself, reminding yourself of the truth. Is like when the Christ was in the wilderness and he had the, fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, and here comes the devil, that double mind, that deceiver, that adversary, and says, if you be God, turn these stones to bread. Right? So this is you telling yourself, if you be God, make that money come. Yeah. You like that money already here.
Right.
That money, what you mean make it come? It's already here. It's already done. I saw it before I saw it.
Right. We need to go on to the next, whatever the next subject is, because this is already done. It's over with.
That doubt, that deceiver tried to rise up and say, girl, you know you can't get money without working. Say, hold my beer. Watch this.
For real? I had to shut all that down.
Shut it down.
Always.
Man, so Kev, I got my members only. So tonight, 7 p.m., we only talking manifestation. Okay. Every Wednesday, 7 p.m. It's members only though, so it won't be no passerbys coming up in here.
How do I attend?
I believe the subscription is on the screen. Divination, did you say it's on the left-hand side here? Yeah, Divination said click the subscription button on your lower left-hand corner.
Lower left-hand corner. Where the star is?
Yeah, I think it's a star. I think that's what it looked like. I think it is the star. Yeah, the star is the subscription button.
So you will also disconnect with the live creator.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
When you click the subscription button? I don't know.
I think I need to go out in order to hit the subscription. I see it.
Okay, you see it?
Yeah, let me subscribe.
Thank you. Yeah, I have almost 30 people. Y'all. See, it's gonna be a party up. It's a party, y'all. Hey. Huh?
You said 30 people?
Yeah, because I'm gonna be on both YouTube and on TikTok. Well, YouTube, it'll be like this. You can put your questions in via chat, but on TikTok, you can come up and we could talk about it. So, yep. And what made me do it, okay, I'm not gonna say what made me. What initiated it was that YouTube sent me a message saying, if you start a subscription base, if you just start it, we'll send you money. I gotta do a starter. You gonna send me some free money? I like free money. I like free money. And I was like, So when I was setting it up, and I was like, that gave me the idea. Oh, I could do this over here, and I could do it over on TikTok, where I like these type of lives where we're hearing, other people's opinions and hearing, those that may have an opposing viewpoint. Because I know there are people that are listening that are kind of straddling the fence when it comes to religion and maybe be asking questions about their belief system. So I like the open forum here, but I also know that there are people that have questions specifically to manifestation, and we as a community can help one another with our success stories, with our understanding of whatever tool you've used to help you manifest your reality, whatever that is. Those who may be feeling like they have quote unquote blocks or limiting beliefs, we're going to, as a community, it's like we're coming to church, y'all. We're going to come to church and we're going to build one another up. We're going to say iron sharpens iron. We're going to help one another come on and elevate. It's time to level up. It's time to bring your desired outcome to fruition. So that's what it's going to be every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And it's a private event, members only. Grand Rising, Janine, Grand Rising. Because you are the creator of your
I
reality.
look forward to being a part of it.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. It's going to be awesome.
Some people don't realize that worrying and having anxiety is also manifesting.
Yes. It's all you, because you're manifesting all the time.
Correct.
You're
constantly manifest.
You're literally
Because that's who
causing.
you are.
Yep. Yep. You're literally
When
causing things.
Yep. So when echo.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kevin.
So when you are worried that something's not going to happen that you want, or you're worried that you're not going to keep something that you already have, you're manifesting.
Elizabeth is funny. You remember those members only jackets?
Yep.
She said daggum, I threw my members only jacket away. I'm like, she funny. I love Elizabeth, she be sending me all those crazy videos and be talking about, oh my goodness. I love them, Elizabeth. You be having me cracking up. Those videos you be sharing that she DM me, I'm like, oh my goodness, Elizabeth is hilarious. She definitely bring the funny. Yeah, she definitely bring the funny.
I love it. But yeah, I just want people to be aware that they're manifesting and aware of what they are manifesting. Anytime we have something in our lives that we don't like or no longer serves us, we have the power to change it. We don't have to stay there. We don't have to be, an issue of blood for 12 years.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We can just change it.
Just change it.
Because we have free will.
And the free will doesn't cost you. The wrong choice don't cost you don't cost you your life for eternity.
No, we don't. People always praying, let God have his will. Well, that's you acknowledging that God is outside of you.
Mm-hmm.
And your belief, yes, God is outside of you according to your belief. Jesus never said when the person was healed, he didn't pat himself on the back. I'm the man. That's why I'm here to do this and do that. Y'all should follow. Y'all should bow down and worship me. I know I'm the man. He said, I didn't do it. He said, your faith did it.
Yep.
You did it. He said, well, when did I do it? When you remembered who you were.
Yep.
So many of you, there's so many lost people or people that are still asleep. You have no idea. And because their belief says that God is outside of them, everything they read and look at confirms that belief.
Exactly. You will always get confirmation bias. Everyone will. So when people say, well, the Christians, it's some Christians, they dreamed of hell and, it was burning and, and it always come with some condemnation that God is ready to tell the people of the church, right? And it's like, it was flames of fire. And I was like, oh no, don't take me there. Or they saw somebody else in hell. Either they're experiencing hell or they're seeing other people in hell. And I'm just like, but that's only your conscience bearing witness to your fear.
Yes.
That's it. That's your conscience bearing witness to your fear, to your belief system, to your reality. That ain't true for everybody. That's only true for you.
It's not. It's just your mind. When I was 19, I read a 19 now, you probably can tell. I'm a lot older. When I was 19, I read a book called Pigs in a Parlor.
I remember that book.
Remember that book? By
Yeah.
Mary Kay Baxter.
Yep, that's yep. What she told me, what was the seven gates of hell or the seven levels of hell, whatever her.
Yep. You're right
Mhm.
there. You're right there. And that book scared the bejeebies out of me, but I couldn't put it down.
Mm.
I've read it cover to cover, and only thing it was doing was shaping my mind a belief into something that I feared, and that fear shaped my reality. Just like I saw the movie The Exorcist
Mm.
when I was a little kid. I had no business seeing that movie at that young. I don't think I was. I wasn't even 11 years old yet, and I went into the movie theater. And the movie theaters in the hood, they don't care what age you are, as long as you got money to get in, they take the money.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that movie, and it scared me so bad. I couldn't watch that movie, the watered down version, the television version, until I was in my mid to late 30s.
Oh, okay.
I was so afraid. So it had a grip on me.
Mm-hmm.
It had a grip on my mind. When I was a little boy, my grandmother, who I adored absolutely immeasurably, she used to be a Sunday school teacher just like you. And she told me that the devil only wants to get your mind. He doesn't go after your other body parts, because if he gets your mind, he has everything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've grown up in the understanding that there's no such thing as a devil, but I understand the point she was trying to make.
Right.
Your mind is what you need to protect.
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's it. And we're gonna bring veggies in here, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, veggies.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great, great.
Awesome. So I just have a question. Do you believe in a God, or do you believe people are God?
I believe we all are the one source. We all come from the same source. And so I believe as God.
Correct.
Huh.
There's only one source.
What is the source?
The creator of all. Energy, awareness,
Energy.
consciousness.
Consciousness. That's all. That's all it is. It's nothing complicated or something you need to.
So it's not God?
Is what man calls God. God. So
Right.
so religious people call it God. Science call it energy. The spiritualists may call it source, universe. Science also calls it quantum physics or quantum mechanics. You're paused if you're speaking.
Mm.
We can't hear you.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
There's a plane flying right overhead
Oh,
of me.
okay. Okay.
Right. So I just feel like we're replacing things that we know of with this term God. And I don't know if that, like, what does that do to replace the things we know with this term?
I don't. It's perspective.
Because
I
we
mean-
could just call it energy, consciousness. Like, we know of those things already. So what's the benefit of like replacing that with something
Oh,
else?
okay. Yeah. So the reason why I replace it,
Mhm.
not everybody does. Some people still call it God, and will define it in the terms in which I'm about to give it to you. So the reason why I don't say God, because God from a religion, I came from a religion. I used to be a Christian. So a lot of times we say God, it's you think of a dictator, authoritarian, a punisher, a jealous God, someone who's who's like a Santa Claus looking down on you, trying to decide if you're doing something right or wrong, good or bad.
Right.
Like you're gonna end up in a, an eternal damnation for whatever you've done in this life, because he keeping records, he keeping score. So
He's got a naughty list.
yeah, it's got a naughty list.
Right.
So I say God kind of out of habit, because I used to be because I used to be part of religion, and I still utilize the script. However, I don't see it as anything like I used to when I was in religion. I thought everything was a history book. Now I understand actually it's a psychology book. It's mind science. It's telling you about how your mind works. It's telling you how the universe, which you are the universe, because your mind is consciousness, is the awareness. The reason why we have evil, because man decides to do it for no other reason. If man didn't think of it, it couldn't happen.
Interesting. So, do you think that consciousness is first and then reality, or reality produces consciousness?
Consciousness is first. Awareness is first. You think of everything before you do it. Now there are two aspects of consciousness. You have your logical reasoning mind. That's what you're choosing based on your five senses. And then you have your subconscious mind, which is operating the body, right? Because you don't think for your heart to beat, right? You don't make you're not aware of your blood circulating throughout your body. What do we call it? The sympathetic nervous system. That's ran by the subconscious mind. That's the creator. That's the womb of creation.
I think what I'm trying to understand is that if consciousness precedes the physical reality, then where is this consciousness?
It just is. So how science probably would describe it would be light or energy, right? Because it said energy was never created, and thus can never be destroyed. It's only transformed. So I'm saying the same thing, that the consciousness is the energy. It is that subatomic element. I'm not too scientific, so I ain't gonna really go there because I stay in the mind, but just for the sake of the conversation, but I don't really deal with that aspect of it, because to me that starts to complicate life, and I'm all about simplicity. And I just know that if I think a thing, it becomes a part of my experience.
Yeah, I can grant you that, but to say that like consciousness is even before a person exists, like how would you know such a thing?
It is from an experience perspective. I know Hindu really breaks it down pretty nicely when it talks about the flower of life, right? And it gives you from the what they call it, gematria, that when you look at everything in world, it's like it's geometric from that aspect. And this the seed became the flower or the seed became the tree became the flower produced the fruit. So it's like the circle of life. And the genesis of that beginning was the smallest form of consciousness, whatever that was, without form, which will be light. But I'm not gonna say I can know, because I'm not gonna say I know, because it's like I don't know how a car operates. I mean, how a car is made, but I know how to operate it. I don't know anything about electricity, but I know how to use it. So I don't know everything about consciousness, but I know how to make it work for my life.
Yeah, so I guess no, that's fair. That's totally fair. I'm wondering, are you like an idealist? Sorry, there's so much noise.
Oh, that's okay.
1 second.
That's okay.
So, do you think like you can create reality from your mind?
Yes, for me. Yes, for me. Yes, I can create my reality by what I think. So, and I know this because I applied it. So it's not theory for me. Cause like there were some situations in my world that I personally decided was no longer going to be a part of my world, and thus it wasn't. Or that I decided it would be a part of my world, and therefore it is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess all of that still takes place in your mind, though. I'm talking about like reality, like not like in the sense where you're like, oh, this is my reality. I mean like actual reality.
What do you mean, actually? Because what reality matters other than my own? So what do you mean when reality, my reality versus reality? Reality, what do you mean?
Well, like, do you think that there is a world that is external to you?
Of course.
I see that everyone has their own world. That there are as many worlds as there are people in the world because no two people are experiencing the same world. We could be in the same space watching the same movie or being at a party. And we're going to have a totally different experience based on our concept about life.
But are we still both at the party?
Yes, we're both still at the party.
Okay,
Physically.
so we are
physically, but mentally we wouldn't be. Mentally we
Yeah.
wouldn't be. Consciously we wouldn't be at the same party. Just
Well, that's what
physically. Yes, just physically.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at is like these things are happening in your mind for sure, but there's also a reality that exists, right?
According to who though?
I'm asking you.
It's perspective.
So you don't think there's an actual physical reality?
No, it's holographic.
So do you not think other people exist?
To the from the perspective to create this what we call a reality, to make it appear real for the experience, but the reality of the thing, you only exist in my mind.
So you don't think I actually exist?
You can be speaking. I don't mean to cut you off, host. I see where she's going.
Well, let her
I'm
get
just
there.
curious.
But let her get there, because I want to take the journey with her.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm just curious because, like, other people physically exist outside of my mind. Because, like, for example, if I were to, like, unalive, I don't know what words you can say here, but if I were to, like, no longer be, so to speak,
Mhm.
those other people would still be here. Do you not think that would be the case?
I mean, how would you know? You're no longer here. They're no longer here for you because you're no longer here. So how could you know that they're here? Because you have no evidence of that because you're no longer here.
We kind of do because, like,
No, I'm
people
saying
have
you as the
died.
unalive person, not other people. I'm talking you personally.
Well, yeah.
As
I
the
wouldn't be
unalive
alive,
person, how
but
would
that
you
wouldn't
know
be-
that people are still here?
Well,
Like-
no, I'm not saying that I would know anything after I die, obviously, but to think that if you no longer exist, that all of a sudden means like nothing else exists actually. Don't you think that's kind of weird?
No, because as someone stated, energy is still here. Energy doesn't go anywhere. You're just departing the body.
Do you think that you could consciously experience something after you die?
Can I help you with that? I see what you're saying. I understand where you're going with this.
Well, hold on, Kevin. We're gonna let applied intelligence because of,
Okay.
and then you can go out to applied intelligence.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for bringing me up. I see where she's going with it. However, it just seems like her questions are open-ended. I'm not sure if you're asking to understand or you're asking just to, because the host is giving you the answers
Yeah.
that you're asking for.
I know.
And when you say when somebody's no longer here, how do you know or don't know? And she's explained the energy conservation, the theory of energy conservation. And everything's a slow down light wave. That's proven. That's not a hypothesis. That's not a theory. That's not subjective. That's objective. So
Well, I'm not I'm not asking these questions because I'm trying to get anyone, right? The reason they're open-ended is because I do want to know. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean that's
yeah,
what I was.
I
Yeah,
definitely
that's what I thought.
appreciate. Yeah, I definitely appreciate the follow up behind it. like after she gives you an answer, it's like it's not satisfying, and then you go off somewhere else.
Well, no, it's just a follow-up because I'm curious. You know what I mean? Like when you say things like what you just said, my follow-up was like, do you, fuck, I don't even remember, my bad. But it's just a follow-up because I'm curious in the way that she's thinking about this. Yeah, like I'm not trying, it's not a gotcha. I'm not trying to argue or anything like that.
No, I can tell you're not.
Genuinely curious.
Right.
Yeah.
I used to have, like, similar to what she's talking about, I used to have the same experience. Religious in the fact of just growing up around people who are unconscious. So when she speaks of consciousness, she's talking about to understand. God is light. God is understanding. So if God is omni-knowing, omnipresent, and we're present in what you would call the physical, then God is experiencing what it feels like to be a human being, to be an ant, to be a road sign. So you can't say God didn't understand because it created everything. And it is not a person. It is a form of energy. That's what she said. She's on a spiritual side of things, not really the religion in her faction and mine as well, is more of a binding contract to a certain type of ideology. So when you asked, is she a, what did you say, idealist?
An idealist, yeah.
Right. I would say logically, because she didn't mention five senses. So if you're unaware of the five senses, whether that be Tuscan, Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, Composite on the Greek side, or touch, feel, taste, see, hear on the English side, then you may be unconscious to that verbiage, meaning not knowing. So it goes back to that word omni or all knowing. So to be conscious of something is to be godlike, because God is conscious to everything. I think religion, in a way, puts people in a certain factor, and like I say, a binding contract with certain bodies. And you say, do people physically exist? How would you know if you don't know who that person is? You walk past a lot of people every day, but it doesn't mean that they're actually there. It's what our naked eye sees. And dogs can see better than we can. We have terrible eyes.
Do you think that other people are figments of your imagination?
Yes.
Huh.
And I can erase them and create them as well.
Yeah, because we're having a human experience. We're not human beings. We're spiritual beings having a finite temporary experience of the five senses.
So is this conscious experience that I'm having, it's not my own?
That's your own experience. You can create your alter reality as which you want to describe yourself. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking, like, is my conscious experience not actually my own then?
It is your individual experience.
But
like she was mentioning before, just, two people, we can watch the same video, and we have done that millions of times, and you have a different perspective on what it is based on your reality.
Yeah, no,
so
that
I
makes
would use
sense.
that same thought.
But we're still watching the same video. Does the video also only exist in our minds, or are we watching something external from us?
Great question. You're creating a holographic experience based on your perspective and your consciousness on what you see. That's why we have different perspectives.
So me and this other person who may or may not actually exist, we have constructed the same video to watch?
No, you constructed the video and you constructed the person to watch the video with for the reality of the experience of watching a video with someone.
So when you say like everybody else has their own experience, you don't actually think there are everybody else though, right?
Right. They're me. They're you pushed out.
Yeah,
they're your subconscious beliefs. So it's the world is subjective. It appears to be objective, but it's all subjection. It's all subjective. It's all based on the experience you as the observer wanted to have dreaming this dream of life. You're the dreamer, the observer, having this experience of being human. And so in order to have this experience of being human, you had to forget that you were the creator of it, to fully immerse yourself in the reality of being human.
So we chose to be human?
Yes.
How did that work?
Yeah, so if her studies, that's what I mean by open-ended, because she kept giving you and it's not that you're being, you're trying to do it. I think because it's a gap of information there, and it's going to keep going on.
Yeah,
because
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I understand that. So I understand and understand what you're saying, because I used to be the same way. And the reason why I'm no longer in that thought process is because I've altered my reality. And if you don't accept the altering of reality, meaning as I say, I do as so above, so below, the macro and the micro, if that's foreign to you, then this whole language is going to be foreign to you.
Well, I mean, but that's precisely why I'm asking so many questions, is because I want to understand. And if you have the explanations that I don't have yet, then I don't see a problem with asking so many questions.
Can I give you an example?
There's no problem. That's what I'm saying. There's no problem. I'm just saying a lot of times you're going to keep asking them, because I don't think it's a gap in there. And to focus on one and then build on the other, you're climbing a sand mountain.
Well, I think I'm genuinely just trying to understand, and the fact that I have so many questions is because I'm not just going to I have a very inquisitive mind. If somebody explains something to me and I have another question, then I'm going to ask.
I totally understand you. Can I give you an example?
Sure,
I think you'll be able to relate to.
Sure, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. You may think this doesn't have anything to do with anything, but I want to show you that your perspective shapes your reality. Let me show you. What type of car do you drive?
It's a 4Runner.
Okay. What color is it?
It is silver.
All right. You like it?
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, you picked it out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, before you picked it out, did you see a lot of the exact same car, exact same vehicle on the road?
Well, to be completely honest, where I live, it's a very popular car. So I actually saw a ton of these cars, and that actually is what informed me to get it. But I know what you mean. It's like when you get a new car and all of a sudden you start seeing the car you got when you seemingly didn't see them before.
That's not totally what I mean. I wanted you to understand or acknowledge. I wanted you to acknowledge that all those cars that you saw before you got that car existed in your mind.
I think they were perceived by my mind, but I think they existed outside, because perception of reality and reality are two different things. I will absolutely agree with that. The thing that I'm having a little bit of confusion on is the actual creating of reality. Like, I think reality exists, and then we perceive this in certain ways that are, exclusive to human beings.
So give an example.
Can I give you something on top of
that? Wait, hold on. So give an
can
example. No, I want her to give an example what you mean that reality exists.
Well,
and we're just
universe
observing.
Exists,
Okay.
right?
No, I mean from a practical, from your perspective, from your own individualized perspective, not from the macro, but from the micro, from your perspective. How is reality
exists, and we all live on it. Now, we all have different experience of living on this planet, but the common denominator here is that we live on planet Earth, right?
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying is, like, the Earth exists, we absolutely live on it, but our experiences are all different, which is fine. That is all in your mind. Your experience is of the mind. But the external world that exists I don't think we just came up with this from our mind. Like, what would we have reference to come up with such a thing?
You're looking for a physical. I see what she's saying. Can you see the air?
I mean, no, but
No.
that's material.
Did any,
not
no,
physical.
no. It is physical.
Well, what I'm saying
The
is
air exists.
there's a distinction between what is material and what is physical. So everything that is material, like your car, a book, whatever, those are physical, but not everything that is physical is material. Does that make sense?
It makes overly sense. What I'm trying to say is you're saying reality doesn't, or everybody in reality exists. I'm not sure where your question goes, because I want to be able to target that, because I think you were saying it before, but I want to be able to quote you the right way.
Yeah, no, here, I can ask the same question in a different way. So if we are creating the reality that all of us seem to experience similarly to a certain degree, if we created this from our mind, like, what would have been the reference point?
Your experience. That's a great question. Your experience prior to that created that reality. I'm going to give you another story. So a man who was a prisoner of war was captured. He's allowed to write home to his wife. He writes her every day. She writes him. She's complaining about the ground being too hard. She's getting older. She can't break it up. He writes her back, babe, do not mess with the stuff around the ground. There's a lot of pew-pews under there. This is where our gold, this is where our money is. Don't do it. Now, unknowing to her, the guards read his mail, as always. The next day, they come up and they show up around her house, and they're just tearing up stuff around her house. She writes back. She says, oh my gosh, what's going on? They're destroying stuff around the house. I don't know what's going on. He says, good. Now go out there and plant those potatoes. Do you get what I'm saying?
Beautiful. Like
See,
that.
in her reality, they were tearing up around the house. That's her reality.
I understand.
That's what she created.
I totally understand
His
what
reality
you said.
was, okay.
But the common denominator here is the ground, is the earth.
No, the common denominator is a thought process. Her thought was they were tearing stuff up. That's her reality.
I know, that's
She
kind of what I
made
said
that
earlier.
up. This what I'm saying.
Perception
Regardless if I
of
say
the
ground,
reality.
right. Perception is your perspective. That's pre.
No, I understand that part. And I agree with the part that your perception of reality can be different, but the common denominator is the ground. Like, how did
I made the ground the ground.
How did we create something from our own mind if it doesn't actually exist? Like, from what reference do we have to create an earth?
So what reference do you have to breathe? What reference do you have for your heart to keep going? I'm gonna say 60. Hold on. I'm gonna say 60 to 100 beats per minute is the average heart rate.
I don't think I created.
So how does it not? So if it doesn't, I think you're spinning on a sand dune. You're asking a question. We give an answer to what our experience is, our reality is. You acknowledge our reality, but then
I'm talking about.
Well, hold on. Yeah, I think we're not talking about so like divination says she's speaking of existence itself. Like these things already are, but we're saying that they're not really are. They're actually just existing in your mind. And she's like, hold up, we all are all on this plane. How you're saying this is only in your mind when we're all experiencing this plane?
Well, my actual question is, what reference do we have to create an earth if it doesn't actually exist?
Here's the thing. We're not talking about our logical mind created anything. The mind that's having this conversation with you created nothing.
So
Consciousness.
A physical reality does exist.
Consciousness, awareness, energy
Awareness
Just
exists.
is.
Consciousness
Just
exists.
is.
Right.
It has no beginning point or ending point. It just is. There is no beginning and there's no ending to consciousness, to energy. So do you
Well,
accept science when they say energy was never created, nor dust can never be destroyed, but it's only transmuted or transformed? Do you accept that? Because
I
if you don't accept
do.
that, when we can't have that conversation, because if you're saying
well,
where energy actually was created, then we're never going to come to a meeting of the mind because
Yeah,
I
that's what
do
I was.
agree with that, but the problem is that they are talking about something that physically exists. And you're saying that this is not the case, that things don't physically exist, but you are referencing them.
so have you studied or have you ever heard that that science also confirmed that even though it may take physical form, is not solid, that our bodies aren't solid, that the thing
Right.
mass
Different
matter is
matters.
not
Right.
solid?
What do you mean by solid?
Like even
That,
though
that's what I mean. I'm not
even though
sure.
we're walking on ground, we feel that it's hard, or we're sitting on a chair and it appears to be soft or hard, uncomfortable, not comfortable. It actually isn't a solid thing. It's just appearing to be solid for the experience.
Yeah, I can get on board with that as well, but regardless of how we perceive it, it still physically exists, does it not?
Okay.
For
So
your
a slow
reality,
down light wave.
for your reality.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it exists
So to
for
even
your purpose
to
of the
add on
experience
to
of
what you're
it.
saying, host, to add on to what you're saying, 99 point.
You paused at applied intelligence.
Did I myself?
I guess, yeah, you were paused. We couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you muted yourself
Um,
by accident, I think.
I'm sorry.
There
Yeah.
you go.
So energy is a slow down light wave. The things that I'm sitting on currently right now, like a seat, that's 99.99% empty atom. It's a slowed down light wave. The reason why I'm not falling through it, because I'm not on the same frequency level as the seat. Everything moves. That's called the law of vibration. Everything moves. The pole, the earth moves. It spins over 1,000 miles a second, but you don't feel that you're unconscious. Why? Because this is the reality of human beings adjusting to earth, like understanding. So if you are looking at things and going, oh, that's not really there, what she's saying is that's not what you think it is, because that's the unconscious mind that goes, oh, well, this is a car. I'm going to sit in a car. Yes, you're sitting on something that is moving via the law of vibration. So if you don't go with the law of vibration, the law of energy, no, it's not a conversation for you until you study quantum physics.
Well,
And this is where you're getting your references from when you hit reference. This is how you get your reference.
well, here's the thing is I'm on board with that, okay? Like we perceive our reality in a different way that it might actually exist. I'm on board with that. However, the thing that I'm not understanding is even though we are perceiving it in a way that it may not be, the thing is it still be, right?
Yes, it still be
Okay,
wherever
right.
you want it
So,
to be.
well, whatever. But your
See,
perception of
there's
the
our
reality.
there's our common thought right there.
Well, the perception of the reality is different than how reality could be actually. But the thing
Can I
is
say
that
objection?
it
You said the
actually
perception
be.
of reality.
So it physically still exists, and we just perceive it in a different way.
Right. So
We
so
adapt.
hold on. So veggies, I want you to look up the double slit experiment. Have you heard of that?
I have.
Yeah, so
heard.
right. So they say that everything is wave until it collapses when our set up eyes perceive it, right? So the reality isn't reality because nothing exists until you collapse it. You collapse the wave and it becomes a particle just
Right.
from your observation. So then there is no there, right? It would only be waves. So waves don't have form. They're just waving around. They're
Right.
unperceivable until you as the observer, you as you're the form that's going to give it form. based on
I
your
understand
assumption
that.
about that. Right. So we're
I
saying,
totally get that. But the
okay.
thing is because you are perceiving something does not mean it doesn't exist actually. It just means you are perceiving it in a different way.
No, that's not what the double slit experiment says. The double slit experiment says there's nothing there until you look at it. It's
For
just
you.
waves. That
For
it,
you.
right, for anyone.
Yeah,
For anyone. If no one
she's not gonna understand freckles.
It's like
These things
if a
are
tree
wild
falls
stories.
in a forest, does it make a sound if no one's there to observe the sound? Is it making
It'll
a
still
sound?
fall.
But
Just
it doesn't
because
make a
you aren't
sound though.
there,
But does it make a
does.
sound?
There's the key word.
It does.
Okay, well.
Nobody's
Just because
there
we
to
can't
observe
hear
the
it.
sound.
Just because we're not there doesn't mean it didn't do that.
But I'm saying it never failed. The
Thank you for
answer
making
is
that point.
it never failed.
No,
It
it just
does.
means that we're not there to experience it.
So how can you? Okay, yeah, that's
Like,
what I
don't-
mean.
don't you
by,
think-
like,
don't
it's
you-
it's a gap. It's a gap of it. So I would honestly, and respectfully
but don't
suggest
you
that
think-
maybe I get you. Maybe the inquisitive mind in you. I would go and start reading certain things like quantum physics, and a lot of these answers and things that we speak of are documented there. There's your reference guide on what we're
Right,
talking
but the
about.
only
There's our
thing that
work
it
cited.
says, the only thing that it could prove is that we wouldn't experience it. That doesn't prove that it isn't actually real.
So what I'm saying, do you think air exists? Can you see it?
Air does exist. Just because
so-
we can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't.
Right.
We can measure air, we can manipulate air, we can see air, we can see molecules that form in the air. The air
With
is
the
a
naked eye?
fluid. Yes, we see
With the naked
clouds. We see clouds. They are in the air.
They're in the atmosphere. That is
the air. That's the air.
That's what
The
I mean.
atmosphere is comprised
Right.
of water molecules. That is air.
All right, you got it.
Well, don't you think it's a little like weird to think that
I don't
just
think
because
anything's weird.
Well, I'm not finished, but don't you think it's a little weird to claim that nothing exists if you're not experiencing it? Like, don't you think something more logical would to be, oh, if I'm not experiencing something, I'm not experiencing it.
Okay.
And
so
what's
can
wrong with that?
I'm
I guess the
answering
question.
your
Hold on.
question.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that perspective?
Yeah,
Well,
you
I
find
think it's a
you
little
sound.
bit arrogant, actually.
And why is it
Okay, see,
arrogant?
that's her thought
Hold on.
To think that
Why is it arrogant?
to think that you literally are the decider of reality existing, like it's only in your mind, that's a little bit arrogant because you're experiencing that, which is valid. I totally understand the experience of reality. But if you go away and you're not experiencing anything, that means you just went away. You're not experiencing anything.
And then it doesn't matter anymore because it only matters to me because I matter to it. Here's the thing. Okay, if I go away, it no longer is any significance to me because I'm no longer here to experience anything.
Right,
So
but
you take issue with someone saying they're the center of the universe?
That's kind of what this sounds like.
Yeah, and no, it ain't kind of. It's exactly what it is.
That's
It ain't kind of. That's what we're
To be the
saying. We're saying
center
you're
of the universe.
yeah. We're saying you're the center of your world, of your universe. Is what's going on in your world. Whatever you feel matters to you will be matter to you. So if
Of
you're worried
course.
about what's going on, half on another landmass or another continent, and that's making you sleepless at night, and it's making you trying to figure out how to solve somebody else's problems and issues, then that'll be your reality and that'll be your personal experience. And
Well,
everybody's
yeah, but
doing
that's the
things.
thing is,
Go
your
ahead.
personal experience isn't all of reality. It's
But-
just your reality.
But but even with that being said, what's the issue? How does
issue
this
is that-
perspective like change anything that's going on with you?
Well, the issue is that you think other people don't really exist. That's kind of weird.
Okay.
They don't.
Okay, and so what do you
They
think that
don't.
so also okay, so with that perspective, what do you think I'm doing with that reality?
I'm not saying you're doing anything. I just think that kind of view to think that you literally created everything is a little bit arrogant. And if you're going to posit that other people don't actually exist, then
Okay, so again, calling it arrogant, I'm gonna need a little bit more meat to that bone. What do you? Okay, it's arrogant. You said that twice. Okay, now
Yeah.
what? Now what? It's arrogant. Now what? What does that mean for you or for my world? That I think I'm the center of it. That things only happen based on my perspective of it. Now what? So what are you? What do you think? Other than me being arrogant, how is that a practical way? Make this practical where there should be an issue here. What are you saying with me being arrogant about it? Give me a practical example where that can be offensive, because clearly arrogance is offensive to you.
yeah,
So how
it's
is my
if
life being
you
offensive
treat-
to you
if
from a
treat
practical way?
people in a way that is not good for them, and because
Oh,
don't
so you
they
think
really
that me
exist,
saying
then
that they
that's
don't
kind of
exist means
bizarre.
that I will be immoral towards them? Is that what you're
That's not what
saying?
I said. I said that's a possibility of thinking this way. I'm not saying anything personal towards you.
But you're saying because I think this way is
I'm
a
saying this
possibility
kind
that
of
I'm going to mistreat
idea.
people. I'm just trying to understand it. I'm not saying that you're
Yeah,
saying I will
I'm
actually
not
do
putting. I'm
anything.
not
So
even getting personal.
right,
with
right.
you.
I'm saying when
just
I'm not
saying-
taking it personal. Believe me, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just
I'm
trying to
saying
understand.
this line of thinking that literally nothing exists except for me and what is in my mind could lead to some actually pretty devastating outcomes.
Interesting. So people that already think that the world that they're not the only one in the world don't we already have some pretty devastating outcomes? Even though people see other people, they look at people and see that
So,
they're less
wait.
than. They look at people and say that, oh, you got something that I want and I'm gonna take it from you. Yeah, I don't like the way you look, so I'm gonna unalive you. I'm gonna take your land, right?
That's a
So
little
people
far,
already
but-
think that. You're saying that my way of thinking can be a possibility of detrimental outcomes, but those detrimental outcomes already are happening without me,
Right,
without
so
you,
why would
without my
why would
perspective.
would we subscribe to ideas that could also possibly lead there?
But here's the thing, veggies.
Are you arguing with me?
No, I'm not arguing with you. No, I'm not arguing with you. No, I'm not arguing with you. It's not an argument.
Okay.
No,
I
no,
didn't
I'm
mean
not
to-
taking it personal. I'm not taking it personal. This is what
I didn't mean to say argue, but in your worldview, are you talking to me or you?
I'm talking to, in my worldview, I'm having this conversation with myself.
Okay. So I don't actually exist.
You're here just for the reality of this.
I'm not
this,
here.
This.
You're here.
You're right. You as a projection of me, talking back to me, is only for the reality, for the
So you
illusion, for the
manifested this?
illusion of separateness. There's an illusion of you're here and I'm there.
So
going
are you
on.
getting a little bit upset with yourself right now?
I'm not upset. That's your
You don't know
perspective.
this is what she's doing.
I'm
That's
just asking.
That's
are you
it. But
talking-
that
are you
again, that's
talking to
again,
another person, or are you
again,
talking to you?
again. So are you going to now talk with me?
I don't
Because
know.
you
Are
because you
gonna
know when
talk
I don't
with
like
me?
when I don't like my projection, I change the channel. When I don't like the station, what my station is giving me back, I change the channel.
Yeah, you see how this is kind of a weird thing to believe?
No, it's not weird at all. Because it just means that the conversation is about to end unless my projection changes its station, unless it changes
So
its
you
frequency,
think I
unless
am
you
a
change your
projection of
frequency.
you? I don't have to do anything because I'm not real, remember?
Yeah, see, she's not really listening to you.
I'm not real, according to you, right?
I peeped this in the beginning.
All right, well, if I...
Poof, be gone. hey, Jay.
What's going on? I was on another panel with her like right before I joined this one. They're science-based people. Heavy science-based people.
Well, I don't mean to cut you, Jay, but if she's science-based, she really didn't understand anything scientifically. She might just be, she might be just sitting in the rafters. She was asking open-ended questions.
No, I think like they said, she just came up here to be she came up here to be condescending. She tried to come up here and but I played her game because again, it's my station.
Yeah.
I wanted to observe this channel. I wanted to observe this channel. I wanted it to all come out. Because again, it was the gaslighting. Oh, now you're upset. Oh, because I'm talking loud, I'm upset. Go away, Karen.
Yeah.
I know Karens exist in my reality. You can go away,
Yeah.
Karen.
I was even gonna hit it with, do you think people are racist? Oh no, people. Well, to some people they are.
That's what she didn't
Whatever
like.
she
That's
said, I
what
would
that's what
say.
she didn't like.
Yeah.
Well, based on your worldview, people are already doing harm to people that think people are real. So what you trying to say?
Yeah. Now I get where you're going. I know how deep you go, sis. So when I hear stuff like that, when you start saying five senses, I said I already know. I knew that she didn't. Well, I can't say I knew that she didn't know. I had a feeling that she didn't understand.
No, she didn't want to understand. She come here to be
Science or nothing.
provocative. She
Yeah,
wanted to be
she didn't want to
provocative.
understand.
Yeah, she's going to be
Yeah,
to
it
be
just didn't
provocative.
work. So just right. So when you were telling her, well, you only exist because I make you exist. That's true.
Right.
Because after this, I don't hear nothing from you. You're not in my mind, so I don't care nothing about what you're saying.
Right. The greater part of me,
thought process to you.
right, the observer, the dreamer in me wanted to have that experience.
Hey, I'm about to start using a double slit against people. I'm start telling people I can fly.
You are.
Yeah, especially like when I was breaking down her quantum physics, theory of energy, the theory of conservation, slow down light waves, and see if she was really a studier like that. But when you get a person that is just there to speak I would say a decibel, and you talking in a baritone megahertz, you're not even. It's not enough for me to engage into you. Those are energy thieves. Regardless of the volume or the decibel that they'll set out towards you, it doesn't mean that they're not slowly taking things from you because you're giving it time in which don't exist, but you're giving it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even though she didn't come, maybe she came with just to be provocative. I'm never just talking to her as my reflection. I'm talking to all my reflections in the chat, right? So that's why I don't mind having the conversation till I don't, because some people are asking those questions that are here. Like I created the reality, or people want to know a little, and then you were able to really you were here because you know that part of the quantum. I'm not studying that. So I can only speak a little bit of it, but you had more an in-depth knowledge of it. So that's why you were here to get a little bit more deeper with her in that conversation.
Hey guys.
I appreciate it.
Hey guys. Applied intelligence. The people that are on this live, she was critical to the understanding of others that are on this live. Her interaction, how no matter how shaking or challenging or shifting or disregarding it may have been to you personally, it served a purpose for the other people on the live. I knew where she was going when I asked her a specific question, and I listened to her response to that question. I knew exactly where she was going. And she served a purpose. My point is, and I think about this sometimes, there are no bad experiences. They're just experiences. We label them based on our perspective, good or bad, but they're just experiences. And we just witnessed that just a moment ago. And everything you guys said, applied intelligence, everything you said is absolutely true. Nothing has matter until we give it matter.
Yep.
I know you've heard me say that many times, Tony. Nothing matters until we give it matter, until it collapses into the shape that we desire.
Right, because once you're no longer in the physical, then your world ceases to exist from the physical. Like what we talking about?
Correct.
Like, girl, what are you talking about? Like you know that, because who cares if if life continues to go on here? It doesn't continue to go on for you.
Right.
So it don't even matter what they doing on this side when you're no longer in the physical body.
Yeah.
And that's none of like who cares?
Listen, there is no argument except with yourself.
Yeah. But we're it's enough talking about that. That's over with. Let's move on. Change the topic. Jay, hey, how you doing? Did you have something else to say, Jay?
I was gonna ask you if you tried that magic fungus yet.
Oh no, I was talking to my husband about it yesterday, so we're gonna look for it. Because another guy came up, he invited us to his 3-acre home out in Colorado. He said he had 2 extra bedrooms, and he's inviting me and my husband out, and we was gonna try the other plant that we were talking about.
Yeah.
And he said you could definitely do that here. So I don't know. I may start with the shrooms first, and then do the other. So we'll see. But we definitely will be looking into it, and see, because my husband said that he believes that we should be able to get it, especially because certain things are legal in this state. So we definitely gonna look into it. I'm looking for the trip. Hold on, Hermes. We'll bring you in a second. Jay was up here before you, and I wanted him to have a chance to speak. Thank you. Can you mute, please?
So definitely, you remember I'll tell you about the certain types of families which determine the potency of it. Just be mentally prepared for it, because it's going to take like 35 minutes to kick in, and then after that you on a 5-hour ride.
Okay. Hey, I'm here for the ride. Say start slow. Yeah.
Do you do any? Do you do any manifestation training, like any murders?
Any who? What was the last part?
Like manifestation. Not deviation. Well, some people call it manifestation deviation, or energy deviation. I think you're getting on a holistic side, right? Correct?
I just want to have the experience. I just want to see what it's going. Okay. I just want to have the trip. I just want to see. I'm just curious. But
I did that the ashwagandha in Brazil.
Oh, okay.
I was living in Brazil, and it was 2 types of experiences with me. Like the brother was saying, you do have to kind of come into peace with yourself first, and then the trip will be a lot better. You need somebody to bring you back down or guide you through that. Because it just really depends on where you're thinking. So I was always.
Well, why do we, when we're the creators of our own reality, why do people feel like they have to like forewarn you? I don't get that. I don't, because if it's your personal reality, right, and it's your mindset, why are you guys trying to forewarn me? Like, be careful. Like I'm God. Am I not God? Can I just have the experience and let the experience take? Because ain't nothing gonna happen to the God. So when can I just have the experience without you trying to say, well, don't do this, or make sure you don't do that, or like putting? Because to me, that's creating a reality that I'm not gonna have a good experience, because you're giving me all these forewarnings. You're like prepping me to not have a good experience by telling me how I could possibly not have a good experience. Just let me have the experience. Let me figure it out. Let me figure it out for myself, right? Let me do it.
It's nothing negative.
It's not negative. I'm not saying it's negative, but words are power, and I do know that. Yeah, and just say, because my thing is, how come it just? I guess here's my thing. How can it just be like, man, you're gonna enjoy it? It's gonna be an awesome experience. It's gonna open up your mind. I look forward to hearing how the experience was for you. That was not what y'all saying. Y'all saying, be careful. Only take so much. Only do this. Watch out. I'm just like, I just need to hear that I'm gonna have a wonderful experience.
Manifestation of thought process, like to make it better, to make your experience better. Because when I did it twice, the first time I realized I could make this better by thinking better.
But you're still doing it. You're still doing it. You're still trying to forewarn me. Instead of just saying, I got you, sis. Go on ahead and have some experience. Go on ahead. You still trying to tell me why you trying to caution me.
My only warning for real was about.
See, I'm saying I don't want to hear no warnings. I don't want to hear no warnings. It's just like.
I didn't think I said warning at all.
That's all my stuff.
Because if you don't say it now, oh, my stomach tear up. Why you ain't tell me?
Well, that's okay. That's part of the experience. Because you saying it, if my stomach's gonna tear up, it could be. I could have took the smallest dosage, and my stomach could still tear up. It could still happen. Because if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Because that'll be my experience of it. I'm saying, can I have my experience of, just like you had your experience of it? Can I have my experience of it without you trying to say, well, my experience has to be like someone else's? It's just like when people go through anything, especially that they think that somebody hasn't experienced. They always try to tell you what's the worst case scenario. The worst. Why are we going to the worst case scenario? Can we just talk about the greatest experience is going to be?
I don't think I said anything negative. But
I'm not saying it's negative. You're saying it's negative. No. I said you're cautioning and forewarning me. You're taking that as a negative thing. I'm just saying, just let it be. Just let it be. Whatever it's going to be. Because maybe I wouldn't have the stomach messing up, but now that that's in my mind, now that you're telling me that's a possibility, you know what I'm saying? Because words are, because that's a seed. A word is a seed. So when you told me, so now that's gonna be in the back of my mind, like, man, do I really want to take this? Or I don't want to have the bubble guts. Maybe I don't want to be, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I don't want my stomach all tore up. So now, am I gonna want to do this? Because all of these side effects they saying is gonna come along with it. Is that something I really want? You know, so now you got me questioning because you're planting seeds.
I don't have.
Y'all don't see that? Do y'all not see what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying, but honestly, I really think the stuff boiled down to the family of it. Because I have had some, and like my stomach wasn't bothered, but then I had the more potent one, and my stomach was like, "Ooh, okay, hold on now." But shoot, that's me though. You know what I'm saying.
I mean,
but definitely, do you want to have like just like a pure mental experience, like how shamans do, like in the forest, or do you want to have like your own, like? Because I would definitely recommend turning on your favorite tunes.
I mean, I don't know. I just heard people say if they use it. I mean, this is the first time I heard this was been guidelines around it. So, I mean, I've watched ayahuasca documentaries because I know that's something a little bit more involved, and people have to like really prepare that for you, and they're dosing it to you more or less. The people that are over it, they're dosing that to you. But I thought the shrooms was just like it's almost like edibles, right? Because sometimes you could take too many, the cannabis edibles and go on a trip as well. Because I know I took, somebody made some brownies. And my sister's like, girl, you ain't never did this. You gonna hide this experience, whatever. And I was stuck the whole night. And it was like I was asking somebody for a blanket, and I felt like I was asking for an hour. But I don't even know if that's what took place. But I'm like sitting there, and it's like I'm seeing all this stuff happen, and I'm thinking I'm talking, but am I talking to myself? Can they hear me? Are they talking to me? Nobody's responding. Like I was on a whole little, like just stuck in one place. I was like, okay.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Go into it with your mindset and shoot. If it's unbreakable, you're gonna enjoy it. That's all I
can say. Yeah, but we're definitely gonna look into it. So,
I'm gonna need your review after.
I know, right?
I definitely want to try the ayahuasca though. Just to have.
So Joy said she did that. You did it, Joy. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jay. Go ahead.
But I think toad venom. It's just DMT's stronger cousin. But definitely want to try that too, just to see. I'm a little nervous because it's entirely different, way different.
What's the one that's different? I didn't hear the first part.
DMT, toad venom is just a far more potent version.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, but that's something that's inherently within us, right? The DMT.
Yeah, he really just boosting it, so it's just glued to your eyes.
Okay. Yeah. It'll be cool. I'll let you guys know when we finally, Get out
I
of
did
take
some in
stuff.
Brazil.
Oh,
And
did
I
you?
think every time that I get into a new business venture, I do that before. And before I do take it, that's when I kind of sit there and draw a circle around myself mentally and meditate. And everything I want to create in my mind, I meditate on that, and then I go ahead and take it.
Oh, okay. So that's what you were talking about,
That was my better
manifestation. Like
experience.
that's what you mean by setting an intention with it. That's what you're
Right,
saying.
yeah, that's what I was saying. That's to get
Okay,
a better
okay,
experience.
okay. No, I've never because I never did it before. So no, I don't use manifestation techniques. I realize all I need is my mind.
Okay.
My mind is enough,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
And so I know my word is my bond. So if I speak it, it must be so. And the only reason it's not so because I'm speaking against it.
Yeah, you're speaking macro micro, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you. So yeah, you don't have to sit still and do nothing like that. Some people can multitask, you know, because their energy molecules are that potent where they don't have to focus so much. Everybody thinks, well, I'm not saying everybody. Some people, when they hear the word manifestation or they hear the word like meditation, they think like, yeah, sit still, dark room, and that's not always the same. We can have this conversation, and like you said, as you speak, you do. That's so above, as so above, so below. You can do that because obviously you have that type of understanding, understanding, and overstanding about yourself. That's obvious. For me to have a better trip, and not saying my trip was bad, nothing was bad. I realized by taking it more, I'm going, hey, if I sit here and think about and focus on the things that I know I should be doing, I'm going to do that. Put it in your head. This is what you did. This is who you talked to. Bang. Now take that. Now you're on point. That's why I felt the best at.
Okay.
So I never had a bad experience ever.
Great.
It's just to increase it. That's what I did.
Okay. Cool. That's
what I was telling you.
Yeah. So tonight, y'all, we doing manifestation. We only talking manifestation.
Yeah.
7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Members only. We're not gonna have none of that. So what y'all talking about in here? Nope. Everybody that's in here, they gonna know what we talking about.
Yeah,
we all about, you know, because my thing is life is a manifestation. So when I'm talking about manifestation, I'm not saying like it's a tool, it's something that you do. It's about consciously creating, consciously manifesting. Because a lot of us are unconsciously manifesting. We don't realize that our words hold the power. Like Kevin said, you know, when whatever his desire was, he didn't do anything else other than desire it, and then it came to fruition. He just made sure he didn't speak against it. Kevin has a lot of Kevin and I, we used to do manifestation Mondays. So we did that for about a couple of months until when TikTok went dark. And then I've shifted my platform too. So when he used to come on, my platform was a little different. I didn't have, it would just be Kevin and I talking, and I was only every Monday. After that, I really didn't have my panel up unless somebody wanted to come up directly to speak to me about their manifestations. I like this platform because I like that we have those that have the opposing view, as long as it can be a conversation, as long as it remains open. And I don't feel like they're trying to preach at me or trying to convert me, so. And I know I get a little loud, a little passionate, but it's never from anger. I don't take none of this personal. It's like you can't take this person. You can't be offended by it because somebody don't agree with you. It's part of life.
That's life.
And because I used to be a Christian, I know they feel like they're being attacked when you say, well, there's no Jesus. You don't need a savior, you're no sinner. That's their whole basis of their religion. Is that you have to first believe your religion. You have to first see yourself as a sinner in need of a savior, and that Jesus is it.
Christian was trying to force it down my throat. I said, man, you're not even a real person. I said, I always bring up Mark 16, 17 through 18. I said, either it's not real and you're just trying to force it down my throat, or you don't truly believe in it, because you cannot perform said miracles that are stated in the Bible.
You know the crazier part? I like I say, like.
Are you cutting out now?
Yeah, you're on. You have bear low. Your reception is low.
hear me?
You're breaking up still. We can't hear you.
It's real bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to move to your area. Or try to disconnect from Wi-Fi, because that could be a problem too if you got an iPhone.
Yeah, I had to go get a wire because I was coming on live. He was like, "You're glitching. We can't hear you." Sometimes he couldn't hear me. Sometimes it was just glitching. I was like, "Okay." Because I switched my Wi-Fi. I had AT&T, went back to Xfinity, and still was having some of the same issues. I said the last thing I could do is buy one of those connectors and connect to, because I'm not using my computer or anything. I'm using my tablet on my phone. I said, well, the last time I do is look up to see how I can get a Wi-Fi connector to hardwire to my tablet.
Ethernet cable.
Yep, using the cable. Yep, Ethernet cable. Yep, got the Ethernet cable. And so it's been much better, much better.
Yeah, definitely, because a hardwired connection,
You guys hear me now?
So you plug it straight into it. There's no latency.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. We can hear you. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're talking now, we can't hear you.
Yeah, brother, you're gonna have to move to a different location.
We just hit back, right? Yeah, yeah. So we'll bring Jermaine. I think Jermaine at work. Did he mean to come up? Because I know some people be at work and they be like they accidentally ask up. Hello, Jermaine.
Lives ago. I don't think he said anything though.
Yeah, yeah. He might not be.
Miss Toyia, I got a question.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead holistically, then Jermaine will go.
Like, why do people like to limit our spiritual bodies to our physical body? Because you can literally like have an outer body experience, as some would say, right now if you wanted to, and you could leave your physical body and go explore with your spirit body. Like, it's actually like scientific studies that's been done on it.
Yeah, I mean, you do it every night, but yeah, you could do it consciously, right? It's just people limited because they don't think it's possible, because they haven't did it. They try to keep you from doing it or tell you that it's impossible to do, because people love to talk about the limitations, and it's only because they don't see it as a possibility.
And that's crazy to me, because telekinesis, psychokinesis, all of that, like, we could literally do if we wanted to.
Yeah. It's all about, deciding. Just decide that that's what you want and then allow it to happen. It's really that simple.
Yeah. I do want to try the fungus, though, but I will say, like, I did allow people throw their fears from it into my reality. So before I try it, I do want to get every projected fear about it out of my reality before trying it.
Right. But I guess, I mean, again, because everyone is you pushed out, people are just mirroring us. So we already probably subconsciously already like, oh, I wonder what could happen. And then people are telling you what could happen. Because you're asking, oh, I wonder what it's going to be like. And then they're telling you like, oh, did I really want to know what it would be like? Because now y'all got me questioning if I even, but it's really you talking to you. They're just your mirror reflecting back to you, your questioning. That's all.
I see.
Yep. Hey, Jermaine. What's going on?
Greetings, Queen. Greetings, chat. How y'all doing?
Great.
First and foremost, I want to give you honors for having this platform. I've been following you for a minute. My old name used to be Just Us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I do. I remember Just Us. You never came up. Yeah.
Because I'll be at work most of the time, you know what I mean? So I just listen and get in the chat at people that be, they be hilarious in the chat, you know what I mean? Like it'd be really funny what people be saying. And but I just wanted to give you honors, because for you to be a goddess out here demonstrating that, we know a nation can only go as far as its women. And for you to do that and be able to have this live and teach your family and all those type of things of the reality of self versus this spookism that we've been given, it's a beautiful thing. I just want to say, from where I come from, I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota, where it's freezing at. But I'm in California now, and I don't need to see any type of miracles. My life is that. Yeah, I mean, I've went from the streets watching bullets pass my head to behind those walls to on television. Yeah, I mean, I went from prison to television. Yeah,
wow, I mean, let's go.
Like films and TV, like you've seen me on TV if you watch it. Whether
wait a minute. So we got a celebrity in the midst. What you been on? Hey.
That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you got to drop your IMB. What's your IMB looking?
IMDb.
IMDb. Right. What?
Yes, indeed. It's my name, Jermaine. Last name, Jaycox, Jacox. You can Google it.
Okay.
See all the good stuff, you know what I'm saying, that one has manifested. I live my life in gratitude. I know that we have this, but this is not our first time being here. So connecting to our original self versus this made up, spook, fear, driven self that we have been given in this society, it's a difference instantly. You know what I mean? I grew up in the church and, you know, all of that. And I started asking questions. So they started calling me the devil child.
Wow. That's what they do, though. You got to have a demon if you ain't speaking.
Yeah, you not saying Jesus saved me. And, yeah, I mean, you still ain't never told me how someone comes back from the dead. I want to see it. Can I see it? No? Okay, so all this, he came back from the dead with whatever. Now, what happened to the 18 missing years? Why y'all don't want to ever talk about that, though? Like he just goes from birth to 12 and he disappears for 18 years. The mature time where he goes from a boy to a man, the time he was learning.
Hey, but you know what that 18 is? 1 + 8 is 9. 9 is consciousness. That's when he reached consciousness. Yes, there we go. And he come back on the scene.
That's why they can't reveal it.
Yep.
Reveal what he was doing. You can't say he was some type of ghost that came out the sky and Joseph is not his daddy. You can't say that no more. You can't say he just all of a sudden poof, and then this gas gave it to Mary, and Mary all of a sudden became impregnated. You can't say that no more. You know what I mean? And you can't also have the excuse of he died for everything you're gonna do. That's over with. That's done. There's no more of that.
Yeah.
So this deconstructing, you know what I'm saying, and realizing that the power and the force lies within you, understanding that spirit and soul are not the same as they teach you. They're not. You know what I mean? And that soul is the intermediate between spirit and flesh that all the decision and your choices go to. There ain't no devil, there ain't no God in the sky, no puppet master controlling everything. It's all about what you choose to do and make your reality. This whole heaven and hell scarism after I pass my form. But yet Jesus said I came to bring you the kingdom of heaven here on earth. We don't want to talk about that though. We don't want to talk about the kingdom here on earth. So I give you honors, you know what I'm saying? And I just wanted to come up for a second for me to give my thoughts on that and just celebrate you and honor you and honor the chat and all those that have woke up from the darkness and now you can come into the everlasting light.
Woo. As I say, I'm just a reflection. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't ask you to unmute, but you're gonna have to drop because you have an echo. So you're may have to drop and come back up because you have your echo is really loud.
I'm good now. I have my speaker on.
Oh, okay. But 1 second. Thank you. As I always say, we're just one another beautiful reflections. I need somebody to DM on me. Where do I look for these this fungus? Where do I look for it at?
Actually, I can actually tell you. You got like nephews and stuff? Nephews in high school specifically? Because they can definitely tell you.
Oh, okay. Well, my nephew, he about to be 32. I only got one nephew. Well, I got two nephews, but they both they're not in high school. They're older. 20-something, late mid-20s and early 30s. My youngest daughter, she just went to high school though, and I know I'm in the suburbs. She don't know that shit. She don't know about that. She ain't about that life. So she don't. But if somebody you can DM me if you want to say it on here. I know Joy said that she tried it. I want to know where Joy got it from. So just hook a sister up. Where do I look? You know, do I go into like one of those those cannabis shops and see if they know? Because
They're gonna send you. They got what's called magical blends, right? In states that don't have psilocybin legalized there.
Mhm.
So it's really just a chemical concoction that creates the
same
effects.
thing.
Like, but it's not the same.
It's not the
like,
same. Okay.
You know, it's like imitation vanilla extract.
Okay, got you. I feel that. Man, Jermaine, you not gonna tell us like give us a little something that you was on? Yeah, I just want to. Can you just drop one of your gigs? You ain't got to give us the whole thing. You know.
Absolutely. I got 3 movies you can check out right now. One is called Debt Collector. 2 is on Netflix.
Okay.
I play the right hand of a gangster in that joint. The other one is called Bluest Moon on Tubi. Actually, see that first. I ain't even going. Just see that first. Bluest Moon. There is a very special ending that has never been seen on television or film ever. That is on Tubi. That's about 5 women and what they go through. I play a man that deals with a sister that has been through hell and back and doesn't understand herself. However, I have the patience to walk her through her journey and help her and assist her. And in the end, you know, you gotta watch. I ain't gonna tell you how.
Okay. And this is Bluest Moon.
Bluest Moon.
Okay.
That's on Tubi.
Okay.
And then have another joint called The Lion Truth, which is on Peacock.
Oh wow! Look, all right, let's go. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's beautiful.
You know, all of my scenes and everything. I was on Family Time. I was on Quantum Leap. I was on Agent of Shield, Famous in Love, Perception. I've been on a lot of shows.
Nice, that's awesome.
Commercials, JCPenney's, Target, PetSmart, BlackPeopleMeet.com.
You know what? BlackPeopleMeet.com. You know that's where I met my husband.
No.
Yes, we've been together for 11 years. We've been married for 10 years, and we met on BlackPeopleMeet.com.
Wow. Y'all might have met for my commercial. You never know how long it's been 10 years. It's been about that time. You might have been the commercial. Now tell me if golfing sounds familiar on the commercial. Tell me.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
That is amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you. Wow.
So yeah, you know, I don't usually really speak on my acting because out here it's like cliche. Like,
yeah. I got a friend. She's you know, I'm in Chicago. You know, I'm right outside Chicago, but she's been on. I think the Shy. She's been on. She had a what's that? Chicago PD, I think. I know she did like a Trident commercial. She really wants to get into voiceover now. She did. She had some other. I think it was another show that was either on Showtime or HBO, but I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, she's done a few things too. A lot of her roles come with the stage acting though. But she said she wants to get away. She want to get away from that, and she would love to, like, you know, probably go out to California like you did and really like because she got some friends that went out to California and they doing their thing. You know, I don't watch a lot of network TV, so she told me about one of the ladies she knew, and it's one of these shows on network TV. So she's like, she really, you know, really got her start. But I don't watch network TV, so I can't remember what show she said. But yeah, that's awesome.
Right, that's dope right there.
It is.
This is the hardest industry on the planet. Like, you got everybody that wants to do it and coming out here. There's nothing easy about it. And California is sky high. So anybody that is planning to come to the West Coast, get your money up. I'm telling you now, because what you pay for a house down there, you will pay for a 1-bedroom here. I promise you.
Oh wow.
I promise you.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
but we'll worry about
But look at you, right? I'm saying you doing it. You did. You got it. You got your money up. You blessed. You living your best life. Hey, no limitation. No limitation.
That's it. You know what I mean? I'm a daddy of 5, single daddy. I got my youngest 2 out here. I got joint custody of.
Oh,
Physical
nice.
custodial, 10-year-old princess, and my 8-year-old prince. So that's my life. You know what I mean?
Beautiful. Oh.
Grandbaby, 3 grandboys, you know what I'm saying? Just turned 51 in June. Like, life.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah. We about the same age. I'll be 53 in December.
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah. My daughter's birthday is on June. Hers is the 17th.
That Gen X. Yeah. Man, last generation, I say that was raised actually with some type of respect.
Respect is subjective. Respect is subjective. We gotta come out of that mindset that how our parents raised us. Our parents, they ain't know what they was doing either. They ain't know what they was doing. They had all these rules, and people latchkey kids coming home 10 years old, 8 years old by themselves. No parental supervision. Like they're like, you kids are only to be seen and not heard. You're only there to help clean the house and do as I say and not as I do. You don't got no voice. Yeah.
Leave that one. Woo. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Right.
What do you mean don't you? Why not? What do you mean don't? You're supposed to be teaching me. What do you mean don't worry about what you're doing?
Right. That part.
It makes no sense. But I'm supposed to do what you tell me to do? Come on now. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. I got a grandma from the South, Mississippi. So trust me. That do as I say, not as I do was implemented.
Right. Hey, Nicholas. Welcome back, Nicholas. How are you? Yep. But I know everybody had their own perspective when it comes to parenting, and hey, you just do the best you can with the information you have. That's about all people can do, right? They only do what they know to do until they know something different.
That's it. Ain't no handbook.
I got a quick question. Because I don't know. I might be the youngest person in here as always. Because I'm 19. So I got a question because y'all OGs. So how long did it take y'all to figure out things? Like,
as far as what things?
How long did it take you to figure out what you wanted to do with your life and how to become stable?
Oh, wow. So I took the long, winding road because I didn't. When I actually went to a college preparatory school in Chicago where you had to like take a test to get into the school. Went to college, but it wasn't for me. So I kind of took the long road. I did end up going back to school for nursing, then recognized that wasn't for me. And so then I in my late, because I've had 2 marriages. So the first one didn't work or anything. Second one still do not work. But in between those times, we're talking about, so the church aspect played a certain part. How I was raised played a certain part, because the family that I came from, they kind of had I didn't know my biological father, so I only knew my mother's parents, and their children was on the struggle bus for real. They people weren't graduating high school, nobody was going to college, so it's like I was the first person to graduate in my family from like really high school. Of course, every grandchild after me, everybody graduated high school after me, but with my grandparents and their children, and then me being the first one to do it, and then so they were like really looking up to me to like really like finish college. But it just, when I went to college, and although I liked school when I was elementary school and high school, it wasn't I feel like that wasn't my path when I got older. And it could have been because I didn't really have that backing, like, yes, you can do it. Yeah, you can, you didn't have that real support system to say, yeah, this is the way, this is the path, because nobody had ever really did it. So, I really didn't see it. It wasn't like this is a must thing that has to be done on the path. And I have a totally different perspective now about life and the journey than I did maybe 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. So now that I know that life is just a journey and we're out of that age where somebody is staying with a job for 40, 50 years and retiring. You know what I'm saying? Like more people this generation, especially your generation, social media is the gig. Unless you come from a family that's all about school, right? Because there are some families that's like, I don't care what you do, you going to college. Like college is a must. There is no conversation regarding that.
My mom tried to force college down my throat.
Yeah. So with my three children, just my because I it's four of us, it's four children, but the youngest one that's from my husband's previous marriage, and so we have no children together, so we're a blended family. And I brought three children into the family, and only my middle child decided to go to school. I didn't force college on my children. So my oldest daughter, it was more of like I wanted her to go to school, so I did have her enroll, but they enroll, but if that ain't their desire, you really ain't gonna put your all into it. So she realized that college wasn't for her. My middle child, she's the one that she's like, yeah, she's working and she's in school. But she's has always been like very independent. She left my house at 18. She was like, yeah, I'm gonna figure out life on my own. I'm gonna go do this and I'm gonna find out what life is about. I'm gonna do this. So she went down to Atlanta for a year, and then she came back for a few months and went and she met a guy. They moved to Tampa. Then she figured out she was settling and she was like, no, I can't be with this dude. So she moved out of his place and she went and got her a job. She making like six figures, and she is keeps putting herself through school. So she's putting herself through school. So that's her determination. But I just my mindset's so different. It's just like there's no wrong way to figure out life. It's whatever you do, the leading of the spirit that's within you. And we all came to experience different things. So I can't say that no, don't go experience this because this is wrong. No, that's your path, and that path is going to lead you to whatever you're supposed to be experiencing, whatever that looks like. Because as much as you try to deter someone's path, you know, I feel like you pick your parents and that's supposed to be your road to your experience. Because like when we look at famous people, like you look at Michael Jackson, his father made them do right. The Williams sisters, their father made them do right. Yeah. But then you be like, well, damn, why didn't I have a parent like that? Sometimes you be like, but then you have to think, well, maybe that just wasn't supposed to be my experience, right? Because you can't go saying, well, damn, and if I hit a Joe Jackson, who knows how many albums I might have sold, who knows what instruments I might have learned. But we don't know what that life was like for Michael Jackson and his brothers and sisters, right? They have stories that you would be like, oh no, I may not have wanted to go through all that, even though he became very successful. They became very successful. The things they had to endure
to get to that point. Yep.
Yeah, and that's what I said. You don't really change your life with nobody else because you really don't know. On the outside, it's in gravy because they got, the accolades and all of that. But, so everybody here for their own journey. But I'm going to keep it there.
My mom always said, too, like, if you and everybody else in the world laid all their problems down on the table, you pick your shit up instantly.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I got a plan. I got a plan now. I'm about to enroll in a medical trainer because I decided ultimately, like because I want to have financial freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I just want to have, like, I don't want to have to worry about stuff. Basically, I just want to be I don't want to be like no billionaire, but I want to definitely touch like 10 million a year because my dad's ex-girlfriend, she ignited a spark inside of me because when I first met her, she was making around 600K a year, and that was back in like 2019. Mm. So she leases and finances credit card processing machines, right? Everywhere you go, you'll see a credit card terminal that you either go and tap on or put your card into. Mm. She's making bank. She makes about $5-6 million a month now.
Wow. And how did she get into that lane, that avenue?
And she just said it was like, she said it was just, I analyzed it. She said she realized that people profit off of what is used in every day, right? So you got energy companies, right? Because people need lights in their house and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You got water companies because people need water. So she just analyzed something that wasn't like super big at the time. It was big, but like you didn't have all these other people doing it. So she jumped on that train.
Hmm. Wow. So does she? It's just something that was like came to her like intuitively.
It, basically, when she said she just looked at the world, analyzed it, and then stuck to plan.
Wow, that's beautiful. Wow, Jermaine, did you want to add anything to the question that Jay asked about?
Yeah. I think first of all, let me give you honors, young brother, because at your age, boy. I would just say we wasn't thinking about no consciousness. Not even close. I had 2 children already. I was out of high school, was in these streets, like streets. So I want to give you honors for that. Thank you. For me, the journey has been a lot. It's been, like I said, I grew up in a church with no exceptions. There was Sunday school, Wednesday school, whatever school we went. And you didn't get up for church, you was getting it. And that was that. So as I grew up at about 14, I started asking questions. And they didn't like my questions. My first question was, I love animals. I ain't never seen a snake talk. Can you explain this to me? Like you tell me how this snake talked to Eve. I'm trying to figure this out. It's not adding up. And so that started my journey on questioning. And then I started reading the Bible. And I'm like, that's not what it say. What you just said on it, that is not what it say right here. So those questions started to come early. But it took much longer for me to actually break away and understand that Christianity was not just a religion. It was a control, mind control device that they've used to run the world.
It's a cult.
And so, but around 34-ish, I guess, number 7, I really started to contemplate and things started to make sense. I stopped having other people's minds or words in my head because, as a Christian, and, it can cross over to Islam, Buddhism, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. If you don't have your own mind, you're going to follow whatever the leader or head of that says. You're going to have their mind. And essentially what that had done, Christianity took and it changes souls. It literally changes your mind, your way of thinking. You can't think, it stops it. And so about that time I started reading, and I remember the first book I read was The Community of Self by Dr. Naeem Akbar. It blew my mind. I'm like, what do you mean we can do this? What are you talking about? God is us. Man, what do you mean? So I started listening to the brothers from the 5% Nation of Islam, and that was the first time in my life I could actually feel what they were saying.
I never even heard of that. What are they called? 5% of who?
5% Nation of Islam. So it is a break off of the Nation of Islam. And basically their teaching is that the black man is God. The black woman is the earth, you know what I mean? And like we are the origin, like all of these things that we learn later on in time. This was the teaching. So most of these East Coast rappers, when you hear them saying, peace God, they all 5%. Like, spread nationwide. Wow. And so all of the rappers you hear, like Jay-Z, Nas, all of the ones that's conscious, you see them with 7s on their necks and all that. Them is all 5%ers. And when I heard that, I'm like, why y'all not teaching me this in church? I'm trying to figure out why I ain't never heard nothing about me in church though. And why you got this pale biker, dirty biker up there talking about that's Jesus? I'm trying to figure out that he don't got no hair like wool. It ain't fire, none of that. Who is that? And so, but when I started hearing that, that was my journey. And from there, I looked into Islam, Orthodox Islam, and then I looked into the Moorish Science Temple of America. Noble Drew Ali, who was considered what they call the first God man to come to us with consciousness in 1913.
You said
telling us that we were not, Noble Drew Ali. Or different arenas, he may be Professor Drew, Sharif Abdul Ali. It just depends on where he was teaching at.
Oh, okay. Now I've heard of him because you ever heard of Brother Rich on YouTube? Yeah, that's the only way I heard it, you know. But other than that, I'm not familiar with it.
It was a different, you know, I mean, obviously he's coming 40-some years out of so-called the freeing of slaves in 1865. So we talking 1913. So we lost. We don't know how to read. We lost in Jesus. He came and told us we not Negro, black, colored, none of that. You know what I'm saying? And just really gave us something simple like, is it a noun or adjective? That's it right there. You can't understand that? Okay, well, you know what I mean? These is marks that was given to us during the time of slavery to degrade us. This is not who we are. It cannot be a people. So he brought us back to the consciousness of our ancient forefathers, the Moors, the Kemites, what they call Egyptians, and gave us that science back, the study of self. Know thyself. He was the first one to come with know thyself.
Okay.
So when I started hearing that, I'm like, wow, this is crazy, man. It's a reason they hide this stuff from us. So I would say, to answer your question, it was about 34 for me. But I've been studying for about 25 years now.
Nice.
So, you know, just a magnitude of anything. Buddhism, Hinduism, because Noble Drew Ali came and said we honor all true and divine prophets. Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, and Confucius. Ain't no separating, it's all you.
Yeah. Because my awakening then starts at 45. So, yeah.
So there you go. It's different for everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? As long as it happened, that's all.
And when it started, I was like, they were trying to make me a missionary in church. I'm like, this it right here. This is the mission.
Right.
This is the mission. And they wanted me to evangelize. I'm gonna evangelize, all right. Yep.
I think I had like my own little spiritual awakening at 11. I remember I started questioning things too, because I grew up in a Christian church. And I started questioning things. I was like, y'all don't really talk about the said origin of the devil. Y'all just say that he's evil. And pride originated inside, and still, but it's like, what did this man find out to get a third of the kingdom to just willingly walk away from God? When they walk by sight, we walk by faith. They walk by sight. So whatever he said that was so compelling to get a third of them to willingly walk away, and it's not talked about. Nobody was asking these types of questions. And I remember when I finally broke away from it, I felt free, but I was down because I didn't know who I was at that point. So after that, I just started searching. And then that's when I came across, what was it? That's when I really started looking into science more, because at 11, all I knew was religion and science, you know? So then I started looking into certain laws, and I saw energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transferred. And I was like, so energy can only be transferred, and we don't really go to heaven, man. But that was the start of it. That's how I was thinking at 11. But then as I got older, the thoughts they gained layers, and they became more complex. And so now Well, you've heard me talk on here, T. So yeah, definitely. It just and it's still developing because I'm 19. I don't got all the answers.
Yeah, I mean, we all remembering. You actually have the answers. You just got to go within and be revealed. Whatever you want to know, you seek the I am within, and then it shall be revealed. That's like that's what I do know. Like when you ask, it's always the answer's always given. It's always given. So, but that's beautiful. Just like you know what you want. You on the path. You know what your life wants to look like. And yes, I mean, because I came from the bottom. I came from impoverished mindset. That was my beginning. But that to me that isn't even a color thing. That's a mind thing, right? Because even we had the isms in this country. The only people that benefited from it were the so-called rich. Everybody is affected by the ism. Not just melanated people, but those who also have less melanated, because we're all melanated people. We just got different degrees of melanated. Melanin, right? We all just got different levels of it, but we're all in this. We're all connected, and everyone was not everyone, of course. It depended. It messed up a lot of people. Let's just say that, because it was never about you know talking about one people was less than. Because just know, they were destroying whoever it was. Yeah. If you gonna look Mussolini and all them, like they didn't care what color the body was. If they wanted to unalive, they was unalive and everywhere. The barbarians and all that. Like they. And the thing is that because we're so westernized, we really don't know what was going on the continent that we call Africa now. Because they're like, well, everybody wasn't a king or queen. For you to have a king or queen, that means you had to be ruling over somebody. Somebody had to be the peasant. Somehow they had to be, everybody wasn't a king and queen over in on the plains of Africa. There was some powerful. They had subjects. If you got kings and queens, you got some subjects. So and the thing is, we really don't know their history unless you seek it out, right? I know some people go to school and they give you so much history in a book, but again, that's their story, not the story. So that's why I don't get into all that whole trying to divide us by color, because they've been doing that all the time. And then you have what happened in Germany. They tried to do it by hair and eye color, right? That just didn't stick.
What was it, the Aryans?
Yeah. And then he wasn't even blonde hair, blue eye, which is so interesting. The leader that came up with the whole pure race concept didn't even fit didn't even fit the bill.
And the man wasn't even German either.
So there we go. He didn't fit none of it. So then you like, well, was he really the leader of it, or was he just the face of it? You know what I'm saying? So that's why you can't. That's why I don't get into it, because it's so much we don't know because we weren't there, and the story is just told based on whatever they want you to know, and they don't never tell the whole story. They don't never do.
And that was another thing. My dad always said, the winners are the ones who write the narrative of history, because you'll rarely ever hear the loser side.
Yep. That's it. So you can fill in the gaps, now, because it's really about what you're doing now, what you want, and what do you want to experience, right? When it comes down to it, because like you said, you want to touch millions in your lifetime. It's done, right? And your consciousness, the God within you, is going just like Sandy done realize she came up. So just like you said, your dad's ex-girlfriend lit the spark, like, oh, this, because that's beautiful when you have a goal and then you have an example of that goal, right? Like you literally have a physical. But even if you don't know anybody in your personal space that you can look to the God within. Because not all of us are going to have that, know some. Because they try to tell you, oh, well, in order to be rich, you got to know somebody that's rich. That's BS. Do you know who rich? The I am is rich. So even if I don't personally know someone, doesn't mean that that's an impossible thing. Because when you get the consciousness of wealth, the people just come, whatever's required to make you rich. You may just touch the millions just by saying that I had a dream and I saw lottery numbers, and that's how I'm gonna get, and that's how I'm gonna touch the millions. Or I had a dream and I had an idea and giving people what they didn't know that they needed.
Yeah. Shoot, even Rockefeller, the world's first billionaire, he was poor.
Right.
If there's a will, there's a way. I live by that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But as for the plan, though, mine is different. Originally, I wasn't gonna go to college. Because back then I was fighting. I was out here. I was serving hooks and I was serving weed too.
Oh, okay.
So, I had to break away from that. I got into some trouble. I got locked up for the first time when I was 17, and it was like an eye-opening experience. It was like, man, and the process of being admitted into it, man, I'm like, man, that is not aligned with my sexuality.
Right, I know, right? Whoa.
I was like, yeah, this is not a place to be, and it's just, so I was like, yeah, nah.
Yeah. So you going back to school?
Yeah, so I'm going to school to study nuclear medicine.
Oh wow, nice.
In the practice of radiopharmaceuticals. My uncle is the one who actually he's the one who ignited the spark for that.
Nice.
He lives in Pasadena. The most humble human I've ever met.
Mm-hmm.
The most brilliant and humble human I've ever met, and it was inspiring, just like hearing him talk, because he was born in Africa. He spent a lot of his time in Europe, and then he finally migrated to the States when I think he was 30, and he's turning 41 soon. And so just hearing him talk about his life experiences. And he opened up my eyes to a lot of different perspectives, right? And my dad taught me to always be a sponge, take in notes, take what you need, disregard what you don't.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's what I love about this app. Like the many different souls that come across this page that we get to talk to and listen to, and how the variations of experiences that get to be engaged with is just so awesome, so beautiful. In my everyday life, I guess it could have happened, but this is how it's happening, to get to see people from all over the world and the different paths and journeys that people have encountered, and that's led them to where they are, and that I get the so blessed and such a pleasant experience to come across people that our journeys are intertwining or interconnecting or entangled with one another. It's a beautiful thing. I'm gonna bring G in. G, are you there?
I wanted to tap in and just tell Jay to be patient, man, and take your time. You're young. You don't have nothing to rush for. You're already on the journey, and everything that you seek shall be revealed. All you got to do is just be still like you have been. For that universal energy that's there, whatever one chooses to call it you, however it goes, it speaks to you. Not no one else speaks to you. So just be patient, man, and it's going to reveal itself. Trust and believe that. Have faith in that. The fruition is you manifesting what you know, not what you think, not what you believe, but what you know.
My dad, just hearing about his story too was also very inspiring, because we was all born in Detroit, and being able to break away, because it's the same thing, just like with Chicago. When they say a lot of people there, they never leave the city. My dad was like, man, hell no, fuck all that. We getting up out of here. And so we moved here to Vegas, and I referred to myself as a good kid. I just ended up in some bad predicaments. And I was and then after I was incarcerated, that was definitely the turning point, where it was like, yeah, no, I gotta abandon this and find a new way.
because at that point I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I really didn't know what I wanted to do until earlier this year. And I was like, you know what? I can go through the trial and error of trying to start my own business. And that could take X amount. I could dedicate myself to it. Or I could just apply myself in school and have something guaranteed and then build upon that. And who knows? I could be shortening the process. Maybe I could be lengthening it. But I know what I want to do, though.
Mm-hmm.
I say, if I can add, Jay, like I had my awakening. I started awakening like 1920, like going into my junior year of college, and now I'm like 22. And for real, I don't even think I'm finna use my degree at all. Like, I think I'd rather get paid off my hobby. But
what you going to school for, if I'm not asking?
I went to school for exercise science because I thought about being like a physical therapist or a athletic trainer.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, I'd rather get paid off my hobby. Like, I'd rather get paid off hooping or healing people, like something that I'm more passionate about than just an athletic trainer. Because you can physically heal people without being an athletic trainer. But yeah, because they just keep adding more and more requirements and adding on more schooling, and I'm not going to keep paying on. I'm tired of that. But yeah, I'd rather get paid off my hobby. But my tips that I would give you, that I would give my 19, 20-year-old self, is to just take everything that you're hearing, different perspectives and everything within. Because everybody got their own truth.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody got their own truth, but your truth, right? So I say, like, the more that we sit with self and sit with meditation or praying, is the more that we would know what to do and trust that we know what to do and we know what way to go. Whichever way that you want to go, just know, like, that's the right way.
Exactly. I always tell people that. I say, people will tell you to keep going forward, but shoot, you might have to go diagonal sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Just as long as you're not going backwards.
As long as you ain't going backwards, it's always forward. And even if you do go backwards, a step is a step.
Yeah, it's just for the experience, right? Because she said, she thought she's gonna do this, and now realize, oh, I could do that. So sometimes you experience the thing you think you want to do, and then you find out it's not. When you know, people change up all the time, you know.
That's true.
But it's just for the experience, right? That's how you know that if it's truly your passion when you start experiencing it. Because it all sounds good now until you know, you really start experiencing it. Then you know, is this my heart? Like, when I went to nursing school, I'm going there for as a transferable skill, because I'm like, okay, I didn't finish college, but I know I could do this, and no matter how I get let go, nursing is always gonna be a thing, right? Got into nursing school, started clinicals, and I was like, oh hell no, this ain't for me. I can't do this. This ain't for me. This ain't my heart. So I had to let it go. I wasn't gonna I don't force myself to do things that don't resonate with me. But some people do. Some people are like, I need this money. I'm just going to sacrifice, and I'm going to do what I need to do. That has never been my mind. I don't feel like you need to sacrifice and do stuff you don't like to do just because you think that's the only way to get money. I'm just built different when it comes to that. I'm not forcing myself to do some shit I don't like to do just for the money. And that it is, I'm gonna find something that I like to do, and that's also gonna give me money. But I know everybody don't think that. And I had kids too, so it ain't like I had kids. I was divorced, so it wasn't like, oh, you could say that because it was just, it was me and 3 other beings that I was responsible for, and I still was not going to make myself do something that I didn't resonate with me. But again, it's not a wrong or right? Some people feel like I need that extra push. I need that extra edge. I'm gonna suck it up. Suck it up, buttercup. Some people have that mindset. Again, that's not wrong either.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Key. Oh, what's up, Smooth AGs? I think he was on here, 1 or 2 lives ago?
Yeah, but I don't even think we got to speak to him though.
It was
do the thing that you're afraid to do. I'm not necessarily afraid to do anything, right? Because with regret comes shame. If I don't have no shame inside myself, so therefore I can have no regrets.
Yep. That's it. That's it. We don't live in guilt and shame and regret and remorse.
Well,
That's a
I'm not saying.
religious concept.
Well, I guess the only thing I am afraid to do is go to the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, though, anything on land, I'm not fearing it.
Yeah. I feel
Yeah,
you.
I feel like I wanted to be too financially stable to where I was scared not to be financially stable.
Yeah.
Miss Toyia got me realizing that was my fear. For real. I ain't even realize it. Like, I'm just thinking I ain't gonna be broke. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't trying to go through that again. My kids will never go through that. But it was fear.
Yeah, because you're right. You ain't never broke. Never speak that.
For real.
You ain't never broke. In
I
a
can't have no
world of
kids, no-
infinite abundance, how can one ever say broke? No, you're in the land of infinite abundance. You're in the world of infinite abundance.
What does that even mean to be broke? Like, what does that mean? That's fleshly. You know what I mean? Like, what finances? That's what we talking about. Like, come on, man.
For real. That's how the past version of me thought. Like, I done had a whole thing.
So that ain't even you. You don't know nothing about that no more. That ain't in your mind no more.
I can see the growth though. Like,
I love that.
For real, I'm rich in spirit. For real, when that check showed up and showed me the physical evidence,
like, you can't tell me nothing now. Get out my way. Move. Get out the way.
I'm like, oh shoot! I tried Miss Toyia method and it worked. Like,
oh my goodness.
Not to say I never tried it before, but intentionally.
Wow. He's like, you found your Christ. You found your Christ. Man.
What Dave Chappelle say when he was like, "Man, I hate being poor," and he said his dad said, "He said poor is a condition of the mind. You young nigga are broke, you know."
That's
broke
funny.
I always looked at broke as just a temporary condition of the pockets, you know.
That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Oh my goodness.
You can only be poor if you truly believe it.
For real. That's what I'm realizing. That's what I know now. I know that now. I'm not realizing that. I know it now.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Always stick to that terminology. Because terminology is everything too.
I don't know what you tell me the other day. Words only mean what you say they mean.
Exactly. I said words only have power if you decide that they do.
Yep.
Gotcha. That's true.
That's beautiful. Let's see. Smooth AG.
That's the truth. Thought is the cause of it all.
Yeah. Smooth AG, you there? Are you there? Holla if you hear me. Holla if you hear me.
Don't be Casper 2 lives in a row now.
Unmute. Do you know how to unmute?
Tap the microphone icon at the bottom of your screen.
Damn, paused out. Maybe they didn't mean to come up.
Maybe they just joined and then pockets at the phone.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, this has been amazing. Oh my goodness. I love holistically loving. That's the whole basis for this platform. Test it for yourself. I mean, because it's cool to be inspired by the success stories, but you want your own success story. You want to prove that you know how to work this magic that's in you. Man, that's amazing. Because I know I talk about Neville Goddard, and usually when I'm really like I appreciate his teachings. However, I feel like he had people thinking you're supposed to be creating in someone else's experience. And I feel like the whole point of awakening up is to know how great you are, not how great someone else is. And so my oldest daughter and I, cause she's awakened as well, and she was like, yeah, it almost seemed like, because even if you look at some of those who call themselves students of Neville, it's almost like a godlike type perspective when it comes to him. Like some people have his picture in their room, and it's like, they're like, yeah, I manifested for this person, I manifested for that person, but what are you manifesting in your life? You so concerned about what somebody else is. How are you manifesting in your own life? Because we are not supposed to do for another what they can do for themselves. Because there is no other. There's only you. And I think people get so caught up in trying to save another person. No, teach people how to save themselves. Which is why I won't do one-on-ones. That's why we're doing group. So we all gonna talk about it. We all gonna lift one another up. We all gonna remind each other of the power that's within us. This is a collective thing.
Yeah.
As in,
fish, or you can teach them how to.
Yes. Oh, okay, Sandy, no problem. Yeah, you want to show like Kevin gave his so when he showed his son about the power of the mind. Man, Kevin, that story, I still think about that story, Kevin. When you took your son to go get that blender, man. He was wanted to show his son, he was like, "Hey, how much you think a blender costs?" Because his wife wanted a blender. And he was like, I don't know how much a blender. I don't know. It's like, just pick a number. Just say a number. And I think he said $7 or something. He was like, so he didn't even try to change his son's dollar amount. And he said that they went into the store and they weren't going to get no cheap version of the blender. They were looking for name brand blenders. And the son found one, and it was away from the other blenders. And it was one of the, a good one or whatever. And they tried to find out what the price of this blender was by using one of those scans, but it wouldn't work. So they end up going to the cashier, and the cashier scanned it, and she was like, "Where y'all get this from?" And they were like, "Oh, I don't know, somewhere over there about in that aisle or whatever." She's like, "Cause I gotta go get it." And he's like, "Well, what's wrong?" He's like, "This blender's $7."
That's crazy.
The exact amount that I said, "Cause I want to get one of these." Ain't that crazy? Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was such an amazing story.
I need a new $7 car. Shoot.
I know, right? Hey, it could be it could cost you nothing car. It could be a free car.
I had to kiss my Chrysler 200. I had to kiss it goodbye, but I still got my Lamborghinis. You know what I'm saying?
I know, right? I like that. I like that. Oh, I love that. That's cute. Hey, just see yourself, just say you want a car, whatever that look like. You get to, Kevin coming back up. Maybe he's going to tell the story. He can tell it better than I can. He get filling the details. I just got to the meat of the story. Hey, Kev.
Hey, Toyia. That story that you just shared with your audience about that experience me and my son had, my point about the it wasn't about the blender. I had made it mandatory that my son watch the movie The Secret.
Mm-hmm.
I made all my kids mandatory watch it. And from seeing it, he was about 15. He'll be 30 this year. So tell you how long ago it was. And from watching it, he had questions. He was like, "Dad," he said, I don't understand how it works. How does It was basically how does manifesting work? And I think I struggled trying to explain to him how manifesting works. I said, your mom wants a blender. I'm getting ready to go to Target, go get a blender. This was for Target, had the DEI thing anyway. So, so I said, get in the car with me. We can talk about it on the way. So he says, well, how does it, he said, what do you do it? How do you make it happen? He says, you just think of it and it happens? I was like, yeah, you just think of it and it happens. And he said, well, like what? I said, like anything. I said, give me an example. I said, no, you give me an example. And he was like, Dad, I don't understand this. I said, all right, let's do an experiment. I said, we're getting ready to go get a blender for your mom. I said, how much do you think a blender costs? He's like, I don't know, maybe $7. Now, I know personally what it costs to get a blender, approximately. Even on sale, I know what blender costs approximately. I said, ain't no way you can find a blender for so $7. Not a real blender, maybe a toy blender. But that wasn't the point of the exercise. Whatever he thought was what's going to be, not what I thought. Because what I thought, that didn't make any sense to me. But we went by what he thought, which we say $7 for a blender. So, okay, $7 it is. So we get in Target, we go to the aisle, we have the toaster and, other different appliances. And we're looking for a blender, and he finds one, but it only had like 3 buttons on it. I said, your mom not going to go for no blender that got 3 buttons on it. She wants something a little more sophisticated. I said, it's got to have, at least 5 or 6 buttons on it. I said, keep looking down there. I'll keep looking up here. And he came to me with another blender. It had 5 or 6 buttons on it, but it was like a generic brand, one I never heard of, and, so I didn't know anything about. I said, no, that is a good blender, but your mom's going to want something like, a Procter or Hamilton Beach or something with a name brand. I said, keep looking. So I kept looking, So he comes over with Procter blender. I said, oh, great. I said, that'll work. It got all the different buttons on it, different Perriers and just whatever that. I said, all right. I said, how much? He's like, I said, I don't know. I said, where'd you get it? He said, down here. I said, well, let's go down there and see what the cost was. And we looked for the cost and we couldn't find it. I said, no big deal. We'll just go over to where they have the red machine where you look at the price, look up the price tag, and that'll tell us. When I scanned it, it came up there was an error. So I just assumed that it wasn't working or malfunctioning or whatever. I said, no big deal. We'll go up the front to where the cashier is, and she can look it up, and we'll pay for it. Now, I forgot all about the $7, because actually I thought that $7 was just ludicrous. So I forgot all about the $7 for a blender, because it didn't make any sense to me. So we're getting up there. We came up. She got the blender. She scanned it. She punched a bunch of numbers, and she scanned it again. And she punched a bunch of numbers on her screen. And then she scanned it again. And she had a look on her face like it was something wrong. So I asked her, I said, something wrong? And she looked up. She said, where'd you get this blender? And I was like, over in the aisle where all the other blenders are. I said, wow, what's wrong? And she said, when I get off of work, I need to go get me one of these. I said, why is that? She said it came up for $6.99. And my son turned to look at me with his mouth open. And I was like, that's how it works. So he didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Cashier didn't do anything. Target didn't do anything. That's how it works. It's based on your expectations of what you want to happen. You ever have something happen and that you didn't want to happen, but you were concerned that it might happen? And when it does happen, you go, I knew it. I knew it. Oh my God, I knew it. Look, here it is. I told you. Based on your expectations. Something happened great. Oh my God, look at God. Won't he do it? Don't we say that? It's based on you are a manifester. That's who you are.
Yep.
You have to be who you are. Whether you understand who you are or not, it's who you are.
Yes.
And you're waking up remembering who you are and what you're capable of doing.
Yes. Yes. Tell them about the car. Since Jay said he needed $7. Tell him about the car. His car manifestation.
I was a junior in high school, and I wanted a car. Did I need a car? Nope. I didn't have to have a car. I just wanted one. I just desired one. And at the time, my father and my mom had divorced when I was an adolescent, and he was living in Long Beach, California. I think he was working for McDonnell Douglas at the time as a master machinist. Probably making, this was probably in, I want to say 1982. And because I graduated in 82, so that had to be like maybe 81. I was junior in high school. And my dad was making ridiculous money. I mean, like back then, like maybe $30,000 a month, something like that. What back then was really good money.
Yeah. Even now, that's really good money. Like what?
And I have two sisters, and my sister was calling their dad like Santa Claus. Anytime they wanted something, they would call him, and he would send the money or get the item, send it to them, whatever. He would never say no. He was like the sky daddy here on earth. He gave everything he wanted. So, because I wanted a car, and I never came to my dad and asked him for anything, it made sense, because he would always ask me, son, what do you want? I said, oh, I'm good. I'm whatever. I'm all right. And, well, your sisters they asked me, you never asked me for anything. I said, well, I'm okay, Dad. No big deal. I'm all right. I wanted to stand on my own 2 feet. I said, you know what? Just one time and one time only, I'm going to call my dad in Long Beach, California, living here in Maryland. And I'm going to ask him to buy me a car. And I know he got the money, so it's no big deal. So I went to the kitchen. This is when they had the telephone hanging on the wall. Some of your audience may not know about that. And I took the receiver off the wall, and I went to dial my Dad's number to ask him for a car, and I had an epiphany. I said, why do I need to ask him for a car when God always gives me everything I want? And when I said that, it became stupid to me to ask him for a car when I already have everything and I get everything I request from God. Everything. So I hung the phone up. I went upstairs in my room and I asked for a car, and the answer, of course, was yes. And I went on about my day, and about my business. 2 weeks later, without me saying anything to anybody, only person I talked to was my inner self, which is God. And my mom went to the grocery store, which is about a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile down the street from where we lived. And she said, I'm going to run to the grocery store. You need anything? I said, no, I'm good. And I said, she said, okay. And then she left. And she didn't come back for about 3 hours. I was like, where'd you go? She said, I went to the grocery store. I said, 3 hours ago? Are you kidding me? And she's like, yeah, I bumped into a friend of mine from high school. I haven't seen since high school. And we got to talking. I said, wow, I said, that's something. It took all that time. She said, well, we lost track of time. We just started talking and catching up. I said, oh, okay. And then she said, let me ask you something. She said, she's selling her car. Do you know anybody that's in need of a car? And I said, yeah. I said, me. And she said, you want a car? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, what are you in the car for? I said, I don't need a car. I want a car. And she said, well, if you want a car, you got to get a job. You got to keep your grades up in school. And she started giving me a litany of things that I had to do in order to take possession of a car. I said, okay, I'll do it, Mom. I'll pay for the insurance. I'll keep the maintenance up, pay the gas, blah, blah, blah. She said, well, you don't even have a job. You know, how you going to get a job? I said, well, I'll get a job. I'll pay for it. You know, I'll be responsible, blah, 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 blah. So I said, how much did she sell the car for? And she said, $400. And that's like, wow, that's perfect. That's $400 more than what I have. But what also made sense to me, didn't make sense to believe that this car would come to me the way it came to me without the means to pay for it. Mm-hmm. So I didn't try to figure out the how, meaning try to get a paper route, try to go to that grocery stores and maybe bag groceries, or try to talk to the manager to hire me to do, lift boxes, put produce or something away or whatever. I knew that the reason the car came to me, the means to acquire the car would also be there. Mm. So I didn't worry about it. I didn't start looking into one ads, right. Classified. I didn't worry about it. Because the how is not my responsibility. Mm-hmm. God don't need my help.
Mm. Man, y'all hear that? Nothing to do. Just be.
And this is way before I found out about The Secret. So, about 2 weeks went by. Now I got to get a job so I can pay for this car, so I can take care, be responsible for this car. And my grandmother called me And she said, I heard that you're getting a car. I said, yes, ma'am. I knew her daughter told her, mentioned or whatever. And I said, Mom said I could have a car. And she said, my grandma said, do you have the money to pay for it? I said, not yet. And she said, well, how you going to get the money? I said, I don't know. And she said, well, when your mom gets home, tell her to call me. I want her to come down here and pick up this money for your car.
Yes.
I never asked my grandmother for it. And my grandmother was not a wealthy lady. My grandmother cleaned houses, like a servant or housekeeper, if you will, where she caught a bus to. She didn't even have a car. She had to catch multiple transit buses back and forth to work.
Yep.
So my whole point about the story is all you have to do, and some people miss it because it's so simple, is to manifest. Do what you do naturally. Even though all the conditioning that they receive throughout their time here has been telling you, trying to keep you from knowing, acknowledging, and being who you really are. And getting you to believe it. If you're sitting in a white chair, if somebody asks you, do you believe you're sitting in a white chair? Or do you know you're sitting in a white chair? And somebody might say, well, what's the difference? I believe it and I know it. Because knowing puts you in the state of already being.
Be it.
Right. Live in the end. Once you understand what you talked about earlier, about the reality that's outside of you is a mirror from what's inside of you. Once you understand and get that down, you live such a wonderful and enriching life. Experiencing things that is absolutely incredible. Because you understand who you are and the power that you have.
Yep. And what I love about Kevin's stories, all of them all ring true. He never worried about the how. He didn't figure out the when, right? Because some people get they let time and doing interfere with being. It's so hyper focused on, oh, well, this person said manifest in 24 hours and 72 hours. Time was of no consequence because he knew he had the car.
Yeah.
And it did. What did you say? 2 weeks had passed. Some people would have got ants in their pants and they need to dance because, baby child, what you talking about? It took 2 weeks. What you mean it didn't come in 72 hours? What you mean you had to wait 2 weeks? Like, people don't want to experience the journey or the unfoldment or the just being. Like, because there's no such time as late in consciousness.
Yep.
God's source is always on time. So whenever it shows up, that was the time it was supposed to show up. It was never late. It's always right on time. You're just supposed to make your request known to the God, the I am within you. And then, like I said, it's like a race. You start the race by telling your I am what it is you want to experience. After you told it what you want, once you made your request known, now you're supposed to pass the baton. Because there's nothing else for you to do. Now you're just supposed to be still and go about your life in a regular way. And let things happen naturally. Because how it happened was so natural. Oh, my mother just happened to meet a friend that she ain't seen in a long time that happens to be selling a car, and I happen to want one. And then my mother happens to tell my grandmother about it, and then my grandmother happens to say, oh, I'm going to just go ahead and purchase the car for you. See how this was a happening? Things were just happening because of the declaration of I desire a car or I have a car.
This one I'm telling you about happened more recently, this past weekend. About, I guess about a month or so ago, I wanted a.
Well, hold on, Kevin, before you start that one. Jay, what did you think about that?
It was eye opening. What did he say? It was I forgot exactly how he said it. It was about knowing and being, I think.
Oh yeah, believing and knowing. Yeah, say that again, Kevin.
Yeah, what's the difference between believing and knowing? Knowing is living in the end. Believing is how you think it's going to be. Knowing is how it already is.
Uh-huh.
We're meant to live in the knowing, not the believing. The confirmation has to be before it arrives.
Mm-hmm. And what you want to say, holistic?
Shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gotta know it, and then even like before you may see it change, you still have to know that it's changing. How you want it to change. Like, yeah, it's a knowing. But I was gonna say peace and love, y'all. I'm gonna get off here.
Okay, peace and love. Thank you for sharing.
I enjoyed it. Thank y'all.
Oh, you're welcome.
You be good.
Like I manifested something so small and so simple and so relatively insignificant to maybe others. Because I lived my life through manifesting knowingly, purposely. Like a couple of months ago, I wanted a grill because I always had a grill at every house I lived in. So I bought this house, I think a couple of years ago. And I didn't take my old grill with me to this place. I think I ended up taking over my mom's house and grilling over there and leaving it there. So I wanted another grill. So I started looking at prices on grills and types of grills and whether propane, whether I wanted charcoal, different varieties, different type of grills. So I put in my mind the type of grill I wanted, and I stopped looking for a grill once I had the type of grill in my mind. Then I stopped looking for the grill because I knew the grill would just show up.
Uh-huh.
So I moved on to whatever I wanted to move on to, whatever was going on in my life at that moment, and just forgot about the grill. A couple of weeks ago, my son comes in, and we're just talking, and I said, "How was your day?" He said, "It was pretty good, blah, blah." He said, "I ran into this guy I know, and we were talking, and he just bought a brand new grill a larger grill than the one he had. And he asked me, did I want the grill that he had?
Mhm.
And he said, yeah, I'll take it. So Saturday, my son went and picked it up, and now it's out back.
Look at that. And it's exactly the one that you wanted?
Yep.
The simplicity of it all.
It's
so simple. And
it's so simple.
yeah, and I know we hear so many different ways to quote unquote manifest, when to me the adding to just makes you feel like you have to work for it, when all you have to do is speak it. See, to me, when people tell you, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that, and then you're doing it and it's not working, now they can, well, let me help you. I could do. You want a one-on-one? You need an e-course? You want to buy a book? You know, it's always, when all that is not unnecessary. You just have to learn patience and knowing. And it's not even patience. It's really just knowing. Because the only reason why you don't think that you're patient enough is because you're worried about when it's supposed to show up, instead of just it's going to show up exactly when it's supposed to. It's always on time.
Well, worrying about anything is a source of manifesting. It pushes it away.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But we can just train our mind to let go of the how and the when.
Right.
And the more you build your faith, like Holistic gave us her, you right? That built her faith in showing her, oh, I didn't have to do nothing but stand on business, that this check was coming. That's all I had to do. And talk to my doubters, which was they came in the form of my family, but it was really my own beliefs that I was doubting. Once I spoke to that, then it came. Right? Once, because that's how you deal with doubt. You confront it. The script tells you it. When the devil came to Jesus to test or tempt Jesus, what did he do? Was he wrestling with devils and demons?
Nope.
No. He casted them out of his mind with what? With the word, with his word. That's how you cast it out. You cast it out with your word, because your word is your faith. Because you can't see your word. That is your faith. Now it's the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of not being able to see it. You can't see a word. You just speak it. You stand on your word because your word is bond. So this is what we'll be talking about tonight. And we just going, and people come up, we're gonna have the same forum. Of course, I'm gonna change the background because we only talk, it's gonna be manifesting one-on-one. I may still keep this same script, Mark 11:24, and the one I had, I believe this is it Philippians? I can remember what it's, maybe it's Colossians. I can remember where the script is found at, but God, who richly gives us all things to enjoy, richly gives it to you with no hesitation. No hesitation. The moment you ask, I answer. While you were yet speaking, I did appear. Tonight. Yes, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. This will be a closed forum, so we'll be members only. If you want to be a part of the discussion, have your questions answered, share your success stories, give your tips, what you've learned that has helped you to focus your mind, to believe in yourself, which just means to accept that you are the power, because your experience, your knowing is going to come through experience, and you can experience it in your mind before you ever experience it in your world. With your word, with your whatever you feel is going to be beneficial to the community. We're going to share that. We know there's no right or wrong. All techniques work because all techniques are based on your word. So whether you're doing a vision board, pictures are worth 1,000 words. whether you're journaling or scripting, where you're just now writing down your words, whether you're doing a mirror technique, now you're just speaking words while you're looking at yourself. Like it's still at the end of the day, it's still your word. Because all of that is still your word.
The word became flesh. The word became flesh.
Hey, Gigi. Hey, bestie. Yes, the word became flesh. So I'm not going to be on here as long as I usually, because usually I stay on here to about 3:30 till I go pick up my grandson. But since we'll be having the meeting tonight at 7, and looking forward to it, guys. Looking forward to it. I will be streaming on YouTube as well as TikTok. And so both have memberships on both platforms. For those of you that maybe don't want to come to the lives but want to watch the recap of the live, as you know, I always upload the lives from TikTok to YouTube to watch the recap of the members only lives. They will be members only on YouTube, but that will be for only 99 cents a month. And so we will be doing this once a week. So you'll get, depending on how many Wednesdays is in a month, you'll get 4 or 5. You're here, but maybe you came late, or maybe it was really good to you. You want to rewatch it, like, oh, I really liked it. And you felt like it was very inspirational. You like to do a recap of it again. You'll be able to rewatch it on YouTube, and the rewatch will be 99 cents a month, unless you're already subscribed to the channel. If you're already subscribed to YouTube as a members only, you won't then also have to buy it. It's only those that are only subscribed on TikTok. It will be 99 cents to do the review, to do the recap. But if you already have, subscription on YouTube, then that's included in your subscription on YouTube. Because unfortunately, I can't do 3-hour videos on TikTok. Not yet. We can't do 3-hour TikToks on here yet. I know they extended to like an hour. I know you can upload an hour of video to TikTok, but they haven't given us the long form like YouTube has. Oh, thank you, Miss Millionaire. Oh, yes. You're welcome, Sunflower. So I know it'll be a beautiful, beautiful time for all of those of you who have joined the community. Looking forward to it. Because it's time to level up. It's time for you to, like Kevin said, get whatever you want whenever you want it. I always get everything that I desire.
Abundance.
Abundance. About living that abundant life, a peaceful life, the richness of life. So that's emotional, spiritual, mental, physically, financially, all of that. The richness of this experience.
I'm about to say, is the YouTube the same name, right?
Yes, Prosperous Living with Toyia.
Okay. Is link in bio, or I gotta search it?
It's a link in bio for the YouTube. Yep. Okay. Yep. And then remember, guys, Saturday is the book club. We're reading the book Busting Loose from the Money Gang. Busting Loose from the Money Gang.
What in the world is that?
I know. I don't know what that. They look like some flowers or something. Wow, the hearts. I see hearts. Oh, okay. Backwards, Lena. I see some hearts. I don't know what that is on the first part. Cool. Wow. That's different. See, Miss Mary said, I had a dream last night. You said, welcome to the Church of Abundance. The Church of Abundance. All right. I like that.
Yeah, I also like to throw up another little story. I knew since I was young, I actually had precognition. Like I could see future events before they happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I was around 6, maybe 7. I had a dream of all the events that would happen the next day.
Oh wow.
And then when it happened exactly just like that, I was like, whoa, like I thought I was tripping.
Mm-hmm.
In my little 6, 7 year old mind, I'm like, what is going on? Like, what's it called? Deja vu. I thought I was having that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started telling myself, like, okay, I can see the future. And then after that, I started having way more dreams about the future. And then eventually, like, living in the moment, but then not realizing that I'm in the moment until everything is placed exactly as it was in the dream. Like, I remember, because after I was incarcerated when I was 17, I ended up going to a behavior school. But it was so crazy because I remember in the dream I was sitting there by myself and I was physically much older. I think at the time I had this dream I was like 11.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember I was just in the school by myself. Like the school was sitting in like a void. Like you ever seen Regular Show?
Mm-mm.
So yeah. So for those who have seen Regular Show, then you know about like how sometimes the house will just end up in like a void.
I know that. I've seen this show.
Yeah. So sometimes the house would just be in a void, and that's how the school was set. And I remember I was just sitting there thinking, and like I got up, like I stood up to stretch, and then that's when it hit me, like the past kicked in. I'm like, I had a dream about this.
Fascinating.
And I didn't. It took 6 years for me to finally live that moment.
Wow.
I remember when I was in the dream, I was 11. I remember I was just in the school by myself again. I was sitting in the void. I got up and I was walking around and I was a little bit creeped out. Like I thought I was having a nightmare. But I remember I went to the bathroom to look at myself in the mirror and I was much older than what I was. I was like, ooh, something ain't right. But
Yeah, it's so cool. So do you still have those dreams now?
oh yes, 100%. I think I don't know exactly how old I was, but I definitely had a full beard and I had children.
Oh wow. Wow, that's cool, man. Back to the Future, huh?
I know what that is.
They call me McFly. You know what I'm saying?
McFly.
Yeah, I know what that is. My grandmother had that. I know exactly what that is.
Oh, that's yeah. I mean, the script does say that seals your instruction in dreams and in visions. So it's talked about in the script. He sealeth their instructions. You know, people. I don't know if you ever watched the YouTuber that talks about the people that have won the lottery, and a lot of them dreamed about it prior to it.
Yeah.
And the guy that's the host of the show, you know, that's the thing, right? And thing is, he was despondent. He was worried about his life. And then he said he finally was able to get to a space where he wasn't so concerned, and he went to that deep state and he saw himself winning the lottery. He said it was so real to him. And even though he said it didn't happen the next day, right? It took a couple of months, but he still knew that that was going to happen. Like he saw it and nobody could tell him any different. He knew that would take place. And another woman kind of had like the dreams you have, where she said she was lit. She could see the grocery or the store she was going to go to, the person who was going to sell her the ticket, the type of ticket it would be. Like her dream was so vivid, the time of day that it was. I think the only thing she wasn't given was how much it was going to be.
Yeah, I remember I'll have full blown conversations and I'll already know what the response would be to everything I say before it even comes out of their mouth because I essentially already lived this. I lived this exact moment.
Yes. So yeah, we're so much more than we know, and it's you would think we have schools of this, right? People that have kind of remind you of what was that show? It was a show back, I think it was back on Channel 5. It's been a while ago though, but they were like going to school because all of them had these different types of powers, right? And I think the girl that was like one of the main stars, her name was Hayden Panettiere. I think that's her name. Cause my
I know what you're talking about.
you know what I'm talking about?
Think so.
Yeah, and all of them had like different, it kind of reminded you of Marvel, but it wasn't a Marvel type, I guess it wasn't created by the maker of Marvel, but it had that Marvel type essence to it, where they all had heroes. Yup. Thank you, Ebony. That's it. You know what I was talking about. Yup. Yup.
What was that one dude's name? Mohinder Suresh?
Oh, I don't know that. I don't know who that is.
The Indian doctor.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I remember, Skylar. And there was that one girl, she like couldn't feel pain or something, or she healed instantly.
Yeah. You would think we would have like, where you would, because I think that's how our world is supposed to be, like kind of like the Harry Potter thing, right? Where you're going to draw out of you what's already in you, not go to schools for them to tell you what to think, because our school doesn't educate, they indoctrinate. When school is really supposed to be, if you're educating, you're drawing out what's in, right? And everybody's given different gifts and talents that is useful for the whole, right? Because we're all one body, we're all connected. There's only God, and we're all make up that one God. We're all parts of the whole. We're actually the whole experiencing itself as a part, right? With the ocean experiencing itself as a drop. But we all have, and some of us are a little more keenly aware of our special gifts and talents. With some of us, the talents are still dormant for whatever reason, until the time of awakening. And maybe that awakening happens in the next incarnation. Since life is forever, you keep experiencing yourself. You keep expanding upon yourself. That's all consciousness is doing. Infinite expansion.
Said all those Disney movies, etc., be having real metaphysical meanings. And you know what? I truly believe that is true, because like, people don't just think of these things for no reason. Like time travel, people can fly, like Superman is invulnerable, powered by the sun. Like, I think all that stuff it was real, and they found a way to try to block the world out from their potential, and they conformed. They found a way to imprison the mind to block your connection, and you have to find your way back to it.
Yep.
Right. And it could be by the fluoride in the water. Who knows?
Yep. Because were you on here yesterday when Liam was telling his story about when he had his spiritual awakening? And he was saying, that he, I was thinking about some of the stuff that he was telling us. He was like, man, because people talk about quote unquote spiritual psychosis or whatever. He was like, I feel like he's like, I feel like I lost my mind. I was like, actually, you found your mind. You actually your mind opened up. But because, when these things are happening to us, some of us don't have the knowledge and be equipped with how to deal with that awakening, right? And so instead of seeing it that your mind opened up or that you found yourself, you look at it as not a great experience as opposed to a beautiful experience, right? And when you're listening to other people, because for some reason we always got to try to find a negative connotation to a beautiful thing. Like we are now, and like now it's how is your awakening to the beauty of who you are seen as a disorder? It's not a it's only because from the logical sense we can't quite comprehend, we can't quite understand it. Oh yes, Manifest. I watched that too, Gigi. I watched that too. Oh, Lynn is here. Hey, Lynn. That's what I wanted to. I was like, oh my goodness. I hope Lynn comes into the to the live, because that's what I thought. I was like, actually, Lynn, found his mind. He opened up his mind. His mind was like that flower of life that bloomed within him. I'm like, because when he was describing his Kundalini experience, or Kundalini, I don't even know how you say the word. Is it Kundalini or Kundalini? However you say it. And he was saying, how he was seeing all these colors and the two different serpents going on. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, the way he's describing this sounds so beautiful. Like, oh my goodness. I'm like, I haven't had that, but it sounds so, and if it did happen, I don't remember. But it sounds so beautiful. It sounds so amazing. I'm just like, wow. That was so when he was telling the story yesterday. Oh, yes, yes. I was like, oh my goodness, it was so beautiful. You had yours too, Aaron. Oh my goodness. It was just so
And T, you know what else?
mm-hmm.
I think that's why they make psychedelics. That's why they make them illegal, because they don't want you to tap into that part of your brain.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right, because you already know you took the ayahuasca before.
Who, me? No, I said I
Yeah.
wanted
Oh, you
to.
wanted to? Wait, what did
No,
you
the
try
only thing I
before?
tried was the cannabis edibles. That's
Oh, I
all.
thought you
Yeah.
said you tried that.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I remember my first trip was actually it was LSD. It saved me from suicide too.
Oh wow, beautiful.
It saved me from
Yeah, because they
suicide.
make all these illegal drugs. The ones that should be illegal is these prescription pharmaceutical. That's what needs to
Exactly.
be. That's what needs to be
Exactly.
illegal. But
People
the
don't
ones
realize.
that's a part of the universe that's not synthetic. Yeah, that's what we need to be. Because it takes away the inhibition, right?
Exactly.
That inhibition that may be blocking it a little bit. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that fungus experience. We,
What if it's like people? I remember I saw this one post. It said, "What if this is actually how you're supposed to experience reality?"
Mhm.
And that's why they make it illegal, because they don't want you to experience that, right? Because when you on it, you like new synapses form in your brain. Like I think you remember when I told you the center in your brain that is responsible for the reason you say I completely shut off, and I forgot who I was.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like I started unlocking answers that I didn't even know I was aware of.
Yeah, yeah. That inner self, boy. That's where the Akashic records lies, right? Everything that ever was is right there within us. Everything that has been will be, because ain't no will such as will be. There's no will be. There's only all that is.
Actually, let me look it up. I forgot what the specific cortex is.
Okay, do us the prefrontal. Maybe the prefrontal cortex. So Aaron said his was different. Yeah, I think everyone's is going to be different. I don't think no two awakenings or experiences or that rising is going to be the same for everyone. You know, because maybe some people don't even realize when it took place. Because there's no way that you can have an understanding of this truth if some part of you isn't awakened. Like for you to really understand and be able to share and help people understand what's being said, there has to be some type of transformation that has gone on within you. The eye has to be open on some level for you to understand and to resonate with the scriptures, and not from a literal perspective, or you know knowing how powerful your mind is, and knowing that this is a mental world, it's a thought world, and you having the willingness to test it out and to prove it to yourself. Yep, yep. That's it. That's it. Hopefully Jay finds it. Once Jay finds it and shares it with us, then we'll be back at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, talking all manifestation. You're back, Jay?
I don't know why my mic be acting up like that. But yeah, it was the prefrontal cortex.
Yeah, that's what I said when you walked away. When you walked away, I said prefrontal cortex. That's probably what you're talking about. I said the exact same thing.
The entire network that shuts down is called the default mode network.
Oh, okay. No, I can't schedule a members only live on TikTok. I can only share a members. I can only set a members only live on YouTube. So that was set like a week ago. The members only live on YouTube is already set. Just put an alarm on your phone, and I'll be here 7 p.m. I'll probably come on like 5 minutes earlier.
And you said later today, right?
Yep, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, but I'll probably be here like 5 to 10 minutes earlier to have everyone come on in, and then 7 p.m. hit, we can get started. So just put an alarm on your phones, because I can schedule a regular live. I just can't schedule a members only live on TikTok. So, but yeah, it should be really, really great. Really, really great.
Yeah.
Yep, just like you see I'm on live here, you'll see I'm gonna have it set where people can preview, like if those, because it's not going to be this I won't have this prompt up here. I'm going to have manifestation 101, something like that. And they let you with TikTok, you can watch for 60 seconds, and if you decide you want to be a part of the community, then you can subscribe. So I may do it like that, because I know more people are trying to understand how this thing works. And for me, I don't have to, like I said, I don't have to know how a car is built in order for me to drive it. So I don't need to know the whole science behind it. I just need to know how to operate it. That's all I do. I leave the breaking down of the neurological part of it, the brain part of it, and all of that, the vertebrae. I leave that to other. I leave the science to the other folks. I just like let's focus the mind, get your thoughts in order, decide what it is you want, and then believe you got it. So that's what we doing. Speaking life. We're speaking life, speaking life, speaking life.
And I'm gonna go on ahead and I'm gonna drop down.
Okay. Oh, appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah. And to all the people in the chat, I'm saying, peace and prosperity. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
Yep.
And all be well.
Yes, thank you. What's up, Gigi?
Hi, bestie. How's it going?
Great.
Good. I have a question. So, because this is my first time ever doing a TikTok subscription.
It's the same way, because you're subscribed. You'll just be able to come in, and it's just those who haven't subscribed, they won't be able to interact. They'll just be able to look for like 60 seconds, and if they want to join the live, they'll have to subscribe to it.
So it just shows up like a regular live.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And you'll be able to come on in and do what you usually do, because you're, but the others that may see it, I'm gonna leave it on preview just in case somebody else may want to join to know more about manifesting or whatever.
Yeah.
Because we will not be talking religion. It's straight. Let's manifest whatever we want, right? Let's get our minds focused. Let's stop speaking death and speak life to the situation.
Cool.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to know, because I'm like, well, wait. I mean, does it work like a regular live? Does it pop up in the live feed thing?
Yep. It'll pop up on the FYP. But since you follow me, you'll see it. Yep. Anybody that's subscribed to it should get an alert that I have a live going that's members only. So I would assume YouTube, I'm gonna go on my phone and look before I close out. But YouTube, if you want to come back and be a part of the membership, join the membership on YouTube. 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Members only manifestation group session. We're only talking manifesting. Bye. Because I'm about to Google.